problems of the MRT. Just yesterday, the MRT unloaded passengers 3 times during the morning rush due to technical problems. Although the MRT problem may be old news to some, it is still a problem that our commuters have to go through or experience on a daily basis. Hindi tama na tatanggapin na lamang natin ito dahil lumang issue na ito. We have to remember na buwis natin ang ipinambabayad sa malalaking kontrata para mapaayos at mapagana ang mga tren. Previously, a series of incidents that happened during the Holy Week compelled us to hold a public hearing. Apparently, the MRT trains experienced a derailment, not once but twice. As far as trains are concerned, a derailment is a grave matter that could have resulted in catastrophic consequences. These were life-threatening incidents, pero tila hindi yata nauunawaan talaga kung ano ang derailment. The DOTR perhaps can explain that better to us. Perhaps they can also explain what caused the derailments and why did this happen even after the annual maintenance checkup. What did the maintenance provider, itong Buri, did not do or do that led to these incidents? Last week, we traced the MRT's history of bad maintenance service. It seems the government entered into a series of short-term contracts with companies with little track record and dubious competence, hastily put together to bag the juicy monthly maintenance fees. At the apex of this government agency in charge of the MRT was apparently clueless former Secretary Abaya. He claimed he had no knowledge of the background of these maintenance providers or other matters that should have forewarned a more diligent leader from pushing forward. He further claimed that he was propelled to approve one of the more dubious service providers, PH Rams, because the contract with the existing contractor at the time, Sumitomo, was about to end or had ended. He made it appear that if he had not immediately approved the contract with PH Trams, the maintenance of the MRT trains would have stopped. But I doubt that is true. Apparently, the DOTR can easily put together a transition team that can address the technical maintenance of the trains while looking for another service provider. They have done this before with the LRT. The trains will not stop and service can still continue. Hindi naman pala kailangan pumasok sa isang bagong maintenance contract kaagad dahil patapos na ang kontrata ng Sumitomo. Pwede gumawa ng isang transition team na pansamantala pero hindi nila ginawa ito. At kung ginawa man, dun pa rin sa mga dubious o mga walang track record ng mga kumpanya. May mga sariling technician din ang DOTR at meron din silang mga gamit na maaaring maarkila. Dapat kasi pag-aralang mabuti ang maintenance contract bago pasukin ito. Milyones ang halaga kada buwan kaya hindi dapat madalian o madalyan. But it wasn't just the former secretary whose performance has left so much to be desired. His subordinates, who played key roles in the awarding of the maintenance contracts, who were members of the Bids and Awards Committee, appeared unaffected by the perennial problems of our MRT trains, responding to our questions with their magic word compliance. Mr. Lotilla, former Undersecretary, claimed they complied with the law and therefore nothing more was to be said, as though public service is simply about compliance, as though BAC members are not required to do due diligence themselves, but can just pass on the responsibility of the decision-making to the technical working group. Mr. Limcauco, the Undersecretary, who was head of the negotiating team for the Buri deal, and Ms. Gonzalez, former Undersecretary for Procurement and Administration, similarly shrugged their shoulders and said that they did what they could do. Pero sana naisip nila na sila at hindi ang technical working group ang makakasuhan kung may palpak sa kontrata. Ang BAC should therefore have exercised more caution. there's still a lot of questions that remain unanswered, like who is Marlo de la Cruz, whose name keeps popping up? The Office of the Senate Sergeant at Arms failed to serve last Friday, May 19, 2017, the subpoena ad um, testificandum issued by this committee and approved by the Senate President on Mr. Marlo de la Cruz for the reason that Mr. Marlo de la Cruz does not reside in the address indicated. The address, number 12, I will not read the address anymore, was sourced from the general information sheet that his company PH Trams submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission. Based on the OSAA return on the service of the subpoena, the house with that address was previously registered under the name of Wilfredo de la Cruz, who, according to our sources, is Marlo's brother. My initial sense on this is on Marlo de la Cruz's apparently propensity to trifle with official government rules, be it on the submission of accurate information on the GIS as required by law, or on compliance and respect with the provisions of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. Today, my office received a letter from Attorney Richard Leonard A. Cruz of Lainez, Losada, Marquez Law Offices, who is the counsel of Marlo de la Cruz in his Sandigan Bayan case involving his culpability surrounding the MRT maintenance contract anomalies. Attorney Cruz advises this committee on the propriety of compelling the attendance of his client in this legislative inquiry, invoking, number one, the sub judice rule, as there's already a pending case against his client, and number two, his client's right against self-incrimination. May I remind Mr. Marlo de la Cruz and his lawyers that the sub judice rule is not applicable in legislative inquiries, as the purpose of this inquiry is in aid of legislation. Secondly, Rule number 19 of the Senate Rules explicitly provide that no person can refuse to testify or be placed under oath of affirmation or answer questions before an incriminatory question is asked. His invocation of such right does not by itself excuse him from his duty to give testimony or at least to show up in this hearing. Magpakita man lang sa hearing na ito. Thus, Mr. de la Cruz can validly invoke such right only when a question is propounded to him tends to elicit an answer that will incriminate him. And even when invoked, the committee still has to determine whether such right is properly invoked. May I thus request the OSAA to proceed to the office of Lainez, Losada, Marquez to furnish the lawyers with a copy of the subpoena and secure the correct address of Mr. Marlo de la Cruz. Mr. Ruel Bakar from CBNT, who used to be his business partner, is here to shed light on Mr. de la Cruz's identity. Mukhang hindi rin magkasundo si Mr. Deo Manalo at ang kasalukuyang MRT Director for Operations at ang mga representante ng DOTR. Ano ba talaga ang totoo at dapat paniwalaan ng mga tao? Do both Mr. Manalo and the DOTR share the opinion that the MRT maintenance deal with Buri should be terminated? It is also still possible to have a train system. Is it also still possible to have a train system that is reliable and affordable? The LRT seems to be managed better. We do not hear of any controversies regarding service providers, and the trains do not break down as often. Pero sa MRT, halos kada linggo nasa balita na may problema ito. Ang LRT, kung may problema man, sasabihin nila mahina ang aircon. I believe that we should not tire in hoping and pushing for a safe, reliable, and efficient train system. We should rid ourselves of the bahala na, ganon talaga, mentality. Hanggat magagawa ng paraan, hanggat mayroong dapat managot, dapat tuloy natin ang ating pakikialam sa issue na ito. Let me acknowledge our resource persons, but before that, may I please request our committee secretary to administer their oath. So, we have here Attorney Hernando Cabrera, Mr. of the DOTR, Mr. Ho Song Yang, Operations and Maintenance Experts, Mr. Chan Ho Baik, Undersecretary Cesar Chavez, Attorney Lea Kembao, Engineer Deo Leo Manalo, Ms. Avenilda Torres, Engineer Roman Buenafe, Attorney Al Vitangol, Attorney Charles Mercado, Ms. Georgette Belen of Dalian, of course, Ms. Elvira Medina of the National President, National Center for Commuter Safety Protection, Mr. Julius Dalay, Attorney Charles Mercado, Attorney Renel Limcauco, Attorney Jose Lotilla, Attorney Catherine Gonzalez, meron pa ba ako hindi nababanggit? General Rodolfo Garcia, Mr. Frederick Paraino, President MRTC, Attorney Rogelio Bondoc, Director, Assistant Corporate Secretary, MRTC, and Director Janet Ignacio, Director Janet Nashon of COA, and the members from CBMT, Mr. Roel, and Jose Mari Bacar, Mr. Roel Bacar, Attorney TJ Batan. Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? For the record, Madam Chair, the resource persons affirm their oath.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you for your presence. Those of you who made it, I know Attorney Limcauco, Lotilla, and Gonzalez, I still appreciate your presence here today to shed light on more questions that we have. Before we begin, I would like to ask the DOTR if you would have any opening statements or presentations to get the ball rolling on this hearing.
Magandang umaga po. Magandang umaga po, Madam Chair. Sa mga kasama rito. Una ang aming paumanhin sapagkat hindi ho kami nakadalo nung unang pagdinig. Nagbigay ho kami ng paunang pahayag. Kami ho ni Secretary Tugada ay kasama ng ating Pangulo sa Beijing. Pangalawa ho, nais naming si Secretary Tugada ay humihingi ng paumanhin sa inyong komite sapagkat hindi ho siya makadalo sapagkat kasama ho siya ng Pangulo sa Russia. Pangatlo at mas importante, humihingi kami ng paumanhin sa Kongreso, kinatawan ng mamamayan at sa sambayanan sapagkat patuloy pa rin ang pagkadiskaril at pagtirik ng trends sa MRT. Ngunit ang mas mahalagang tanong, mayroon bang solusyon at may pag-asa bang gumanda ang kasalukuyang estado ng MRT? Ang sagot namin ay isang matatag na opo. Una, sapagkat nalalaman namin ang tunay na problema ng MRT. Pangalawa, maliwanag sa amin kung ano ang tamang solusyon sa problema ito. Pangatlo, ginagawa na namin ang solusyon na ito. At pangapat, maliwanag sa amin ang timeline kung ano ang mga solusyon ito. Uunahin ko muna sa problema. Ang problema ay hahatiin ko sa apat. Ang unang problema ay ang sistema, struktura at organisasyon ng MRT. Pangalawang problema ay ang series of failure of the procurement ng mga maintenance provider. Pangatlo ay ang overcapacity. At ang pangapat, ang Busan contract. Simulan ko muna sa sistema, organisasyon, struktura ng MRT. I was the Deputy Administrator of LRT from 2004 to 2010. Therefore, I understand how LRTA operates. Huwag niyo muna ilalabas yung slide na yan. It's a still opening statement. Ang MRT ho ay, ang sinasabi ko yung sistema ng MRT ang nanganganak ng maraming problema. Imagine ho kung ang MRT3 ay pinatatakbo ng isang LRTA. Walang kontrata na maaring ma-approve ng 6 months. Hindi papayag ang DOF, hindi papayag ang NEDA, hindi papayag ang Department of Budget Managers kung sakali nalingat at nagkulang ang Department of Transportation. Ang LRTA Board, kung sakasakali ang nagpapatakbo ng MRT3, hindi papayag na magkaroon ng second 6-month contract. Ang LRTA Board, hindi papayag na magkaroon ng third 6-month contract. Ang LRTA Board, hindi papayag na magkaroon ng pang-apat na 6 na buwan na kontrata. Ang LRTA Board ay hindi papayag ng isang taong maintenance contract, pang-5 at pang-6. Ang LRTA Board ay hindi papayag. Multidiscipline contract, chinap-chap yung kontrata. Kung ang MRT3 ay hindi isang project management office lang. Ano ho ba ang MRT3 ngayon? It's only a project management office para hong Department of Environment and Natural Resources operating a mining project, not a mining company. Ano ho ba ang inabutan ko? Ang inabutan ko sa MRT3, engineering section with only one permanent engineer with 6 GOs. Imagine if MRT3 is managed by LRTA, the board will not allow it. LRTA board will not allow it. If in case there is negligence on the part of the Department of Transportation, if in case there is lack of foresight in the Department of Transportation. Ang sinasabi ko ho, ang pinaka-punot dulo nito ay ang sistema at pagkaka-organize mismo ng MRT3. Sa tingin ho namin, walang expertise ang Department of Transportation and Communication, including Department of Transportation now to operate and maintain and supervise MRT3. Wala ho sa competence niya yan. Remember ho, 6 years akong Deputy Administrator ng LRT. Ang bawat award, halimbawa sa 3 buwan na kontrata, ay dadaan sa matinding pagsusuri ng board. Dito, sa MRT3, nasa discretion ng Secretary ng Transportation. Minsan, nasa discretion ng General Manager. Remember, the General Manager is misnomer. Wala ho talagang General Manager. Sa batas, ang namumuno ng MRT3 is a director only, supported by a lower director for operations. Kung ang MRT3 ay nasa ilalim ng katulad ng LRTA, hindi papayag ang Department of Budget and Management, NEDA, representative ng Department of Finance, na yung engineering, who is supervising more than 10 billion worth of projects. Anim lang ang engineers. So what did I do? Nung ako ho ay na-designate at Assistant Secretary for Rails on October 18, I immediately requested the Secretary and Secretary Tugadi immediately approve it. We hired additional 20 engineers and we hired from other engineers. In short, in summary, on item number 1, ang problema ho talaga at ang nanganganak ng problema, kahit tanggalin ho natin ang Busan tomorrow, kahit yung maintenance, general overhaul, kahit total replacement of signaling system, all capacity expansion projects, kung nananatili sa limitadong operasyon ng MRT3, ang pagpapatakbo ng mahigit 70 billion worth of assets ay sa kapeperanggot na tao, palagay ko ho, manganganak at manganganak ang problema sapagkat may discretion. Pangalawang problema. Ang pangalawang problema ho sa MRT3 ay maintenance. Yung Sumitomo, nag-expire ang kanilang kontrata July 19, 2010. As early as September 2010. Apat ho ang pag-aaral, literatura na nagsuri sa MRT3. Ang unang literatura na gagamitin ho natin ay ang Sistra Study in 2010 September. Ano ho ang sabi nila? Kinakailangan palitan ang maraming riles. kinakailangan magkaroon na ng general overhaul. Sapagkat sa panahon ng Sumitomo, nakapag-rail grinding lang sila ng 2 beses. 1997 and 1998, alam ko po yun. Ako po ang Deputy Administrator ng LRT 2004 and 2010. As Deputy Administrator of LRT, I was also the chair of the BAC for less than 6 years. I was also the chair of the planning and the human resource and safety and operations of LRTA. We were operating at that time, Lines 1 and Line 2, wala pa hong LRMC. We were operating more trains than MRT3. Pero marami ng pagtiriko ang MRT3. Kailangan ilagay sa tamang konteksto. Ang problemang ito ay hindi nagmula nung nakarang administrasyon lang. Sa panahon namin, ang maintenance contract namin ay around 32 million a month. Sa MRT3, almost more than 70 million a month. Pero sa panahon ho namin, I know this because I was the chair of the BAC. Sa panahon ho namin, kami ho ang nagbibili ng capital spares. Dalawang klase ho ang spare part, parts na ginagamit natin sa train system. Capital spares, katulad ng bogie, ng axle bearing, katulad ng gearbox. Yung consumables ay nasa maintenance provider, ay mga grasa, langis. Yun ho ang tawag doon. Madam Senator, in my experience for 6 years, as the only Deputy Administrator of LRTA, we were not happy and we were not satisfied procuring capital spares once a week. In fact, after a year, nagkaroon ho kami ng desisyon na yung procurement ng capital spares ay dapat maging twice a week. Bakit ho? Ang una kong natutunan sa trend, there are more than 12,000 spare parts. Ganun ho kakapal. Sabi ko, ganito ho ba kakapal to? Ganun karami. Kaya naiintindihan ko ho kung ang isang contractor ay hindi bumibili ng spare parts. Pangalawa, yung Sumitomo, dapat taon-taon ay dapat nag-grind ng riles. 2 beses lang ho grind ng Sumitomo yan, 1997 and 1998. Nang hiram pa ho sila sa LRTA sapagkat wala silang rail grinding machine. Kaya may problema ho tayo sa riles. It's not only because of riles, it's because of poor maintenance na tutuhog dito. Kailan ho ba nagkaroon ng rail grinding, automatic rail grinding sa MRT? Last year, under Busan. In other words, dalawang klase ng grinding, automatic and manual. Hindi hangga't maaari automatic para pantay, maayos. Yung corrugation, yung kalawang ay naaalis mo yon. Sapagkat kapag hindi mo naalis yung kalawang na yun, may epekto ho yun sa bugi, may epekto yan sa gulong, may epekto yan sa subsystems ng isang rolling stock ng isang bagon. Nagkaroon ngayon, pumasok ang 2010. Alam na ho natin yon. 6-month contracts na 4 na ulit. Parang there was no intent to procure capital spares. I gave a background, Madam Senator, that during my time, we were procuring capital spares practically twice a week. After a week, paano ka bibili ng capital spares every 6 months ang kontrata? So there was no intent to procure capital spares. There was no intent. Parang ganun ho ang lumilitaw. Tapos, meron ka ngayong 1 taong kontrata with Philtrams. Madam Senator, sa aking experience ho as chair of the BAC of LRTA, pag bumibili ho kami ng spare part, ng capital spares lalo na, it took us 8 months. It took us 10 months, sometimes 1.5 years. Kaya importante may foresight, kaya importante sa tulad sa LRTA, mayroon kang material supply planning. Napakagaling ni Engineer Jojo Tolosa, ang head ng aming Material Supply Division, sapagkat nakaplano. Etong spare parts na to, kailangan bilhin na. magkakaroon ka ngayon ng Holy Week break. That's the most important in the rail life. The Holy Week break, Thursday, Friday, Black Saturday, and Easter Sunday. As early as September, as early as August, September, bumibili na kami ng capital spares para sa Holy Week maintenance. Kaya nga ako sa Viber message ko sa PNR, sa MRT, sa LRT, noong Thursday before 7 o'clock in the morning. Mayroon kaming Viber grupo. Nandun ho ang mga administrator, general manager, board members, mga division levels, mga engineers. Ano ho ang message ko nung bago mag alas 7 ng umaga, Holy Thursday? Kung madalas tumirik ang trend sa nakalipas na 3 buwan, January, February, March, ang objective dapat ng maintenance, Holy Week maintenance, tulad ng pagkakaalam ko at experience namin, kung marami sa mga kababayan nating nakabakasyon, ang mga taga-Riles ho ay nagtatrabaho. Ano ho ang ang message natin sa kanila? Dapat sa susunod na 3 buwan, wala na dapat pagtirik. Kung mayroon man, kukunti. Alam na natin ang nangyari sa Busan. That is part 4. Pangatlo, nagkaroon ka ngayon ng multidiscipline. Chinap-chap mo ngayon ang nag-maintain ng rolling stock, ng signaling ng trucks. Walang single point of responsibility. Kung ang MRT3 ay pinamumunuan ng isang korporasyon katulad ng LRT, they will not allow it. The board will not allow it. Kaya ko laging ibabalik sa problema, pinaka-problema, yung istruktura ng MRT3. Then I can go on and on and on about the problem. Ano ang thesis mo natin? Sa item number 2, walang halos intensyon na bumili ng capital spares nung ang kontrata ay pinasok 6 months, 4 times. Another 1-year contract and another multidiscipline contract. Third problem, you may show the slide. At the office, at my office, I'm being assisted by railway expert from JICA. Ito ang isa sa pag-aaral niya. Ang pangatlong problema ho ay overcapacity. Kung titignan ho ninyo ang iba-ibang sistema, mag-concentrate na lang ho tayo sa LRT at sa tramcar. Ang MRT ho ay classified as tramcar, gawa ho ng Czech, katulong ng Ukraine. Kung makikita ho ninyo, sobra-sobra na ang kapasidad ng MRT. Sobra-sobra na, hindi siya na-maintain ng matino. Walang maayos na maintenance project for the last, if I may say, for the last 10 years. Not 6 years, but for the last 10 years. Hindi masyadong maayos ang pagkaka-maintain, and yet, hindi pa napalitan yung riles sa kabila ng maraming rekomendasyon, and yet, dumoble ang kapasidad. May problema ka na sa riles, may problema ka pa sa rolling stock, doon na lang muna tayo mag-concentrate. Dumoble pa ang pasahero niyan. Yung overcapacity ho, may impact ho yan sa hindi maayos na maintenance sa MRT. Now we go to the fourth, the Busan. Ano ho ba ang theory natin ng isang maayos at matinong maintenance provider? Simple lang ho, bumibili dapat ng spare parts. Ang pagbili ng spare parts ay nasa COA regulation. At yung COA regulation ay copy-paste sa kontrata ng maintenance. 4 ho ang nilalaman ng kontrata sa BURI. Number 1, ang kontratang ito ay maintenance service contract. It's a 1.9 billion. Pangalawang kontrata sa Busan, sa BURI, is a general overhaul. It's a 907 million contract. Pangatlong kontrata, total replacement of signaling system. At pang-apat na kontrata ay yung tinatawag na other added maintenance support to the entire system. Doon ho tayo sa maintenance. Ano ho ba ang theory? Ano ho ba ang pagkakaalam ko ng matinong maintenance contract? Remember, we were operating from 2004 to 2010 at LRT. We were operating 2 lines and we were procuring capital spares. Kung ano dapat ang ginawa namin sa LRT, dapat yun ang ginagawa ng lahat ng kontraktor. Ano ho yun? pagbili ng tamang spare parts, capital spares, and consumables. Ano ho ang natuklasan ho natin sa Busan? Madam Senator, ang kontrata ho natin sa Busan, sa Buri, is about 1.9 billion para sa 3 taon. Sa makatwid, dinivide nila yan sa 36 months, umaabot ho ng 54 million buwan-buwan. Nung una, ang sabi ng Buri, lump sum yan. Bayaran niyo kami, bawasan niyo lang ng VAT. Kaya yung billing number 1 to billing number 8, ang binabayad sa kanila is 54 million minus VAT. Pagpasok ko natin, we challenge that. Why is that? Pag nagbayad ka ng pera sa isang kontrata, lalo na sa maintenance, dalawa ang mahalaga dyan. Human resources, labor, and spare parts. And therefore, it cannot be lump sum. Saan namin binabangga yan? Binabangga namin yan sa annual procurement plan and sa quarterly procurement plan. Nung binabangga namin yan sa ninth billing, sa panahon ho natin, binawasan natin ng 15.8 million ang 54 million nila sapagkat ito ang halaga ng spare parts, capital spares and consumables na hindi sapat. Sa ngayon, hindi sapat ang katibayan na nabili nila. Ano ho ba? Ipasok mo muna yung ano ho ba ang nakalagay sa batas para sabihin mo na yung capital spare, halimbawa ito, binili mo, mayroong requirement sa batas. Sa mga kasamahan ho natin dito, very clear ho sa batas, kapag bumili ka ng capital spares sa abroad, pagka bumili ka ng goods sa Pilipinas, kailangan present ito. Ano ito? Certificate of origin. Kailangan original. Inspection report. Kailangan may patunay na itong spare part na ito ay dinala sa MRT3 at nakita ng ating engineers. Kailangan may invoice report. Mayroong certificate of warranty, certificate of bill of lading. Lahat po ito ay kinakailangan, Madam Chair, sa mga kasama dito. Yung 15.8 million na winidhold namin at the time na in-examine yon ay hindi sapat ang katibayan na nabili yon o na-install sa sa isang example. Marami kaming example. Pinababayaran ng isang capital spare batay sa submission nila na walang perma ng MRT engineer. Ibig sabihin, yung MRT mismo ay hindi nila nakita na nabili yon at na-install yon. Minsan may palusot. Kasi gabi na, wala nang tao sa MRT3, kulang pa kayo. Ang experience ko ho niyan, bibili kami ng importante emergency, pero pwede ba pakihintay ninyo? O kaya ilalab namin, binili namin. O kaya tomorrow, ipapakita na nila kung anong nabili. Inspection report is very important. The 15.8 million worth of spare parts not supported by sufficient documents ay hindi ho galing sa akin. Galing ho sa palitan namin ng dokumento with Busan and engineering. It was signed. This report was signed by engineers of MRT3, by the finance. It was not my own creation. It was a collective effort of validating, cross-checking of the data. Then finally, they admitted it. Then pangalawa ho, ay nagbawas ho kami ng 2.3 million. Medyo nag-i-improve. On the 11th billing, binawasan ho namin ng 4 million. Again, hindi sufficient ang patunay. Bakit ito ba ginagawa namin to? Ginagawa natin ito sapagkat proteksyon ito ng mamamayan at mananakay na yung spare parts na binibili mo ay original. Tanong, paano kung obsolete na siya? Ang bataso ay nag-aalaw na bumili ng tinatawag na approved equivalent. Pero kahit approved equivalent, ang spare part na yan ay dapat supported by documents, certificate of billing, bill of lading, certificate of warranty, warranty of certificate, inspection report, invoice certificate in 2 months. Kahit hindi ho pwedeng, bumili na lang ho kami, hindi ho. Kinakailangan kahit approved equivalent, walang sino man ang magsasabing obsolete. Pag nagsabing obsolete ho yan, that's not an absolute claim. That knowledge claim is not absolute. You know why ho? Kasi ho, ang sasabihin lang ng original manufacturer, we stop producing that. But if you order, we can manufacture a new one, a better one for you. That's why ho, may tinatawag na approved equivalent. Yan po ang experience ko as chair of the back of LRTA from 2004 to 2010. Second, pumasok ko tayo ng contract. In other words, may patunay kami na hindi sufficient. Bakit ba ginagawa namin ito? Para sabihin sa Busan, sa Buri, pwede ba bumili kayo? Yung 15.8 million sa inyo yan. Show us proof. Bumili kayo ngayon. Show us proof. Sa inyo yan. But show us proof we cannot pay lump sum. Otherwise, pork barrel yan. Pangalawa, pumasok din ng kontrata ang gobyerno ng general overhaul. Tama ho ang nakaraang administrasyon. May maintenance contract ka, dapat may general overhaul. Hindi pwedeng maintenance contract lang. Tama ho ang desisyon nung nakaraan na dapat magkaroon ng general overhaul. Tanong, bakit 43? Sapagkat yun daw ang kinaya lang ng pera nung panahon na yun. But 43 is more than sufficient to claim a critical mass to influence a larger group. You have 73 minus 1, therefore you have 72. If you procure, if they just diligently implemented the general overhaul, palagay ko ho, baka wala ho tayong pag-derailment. Bakit? Nakalagay sa kontrata, pakilagay yung slide. Kiniklaim ho kasi na sa inyong committee ho, Madam Senator, na mayroon na daw ho silang catch-up plan nung April, nung March. Alam ho ninyo ay hindi ho yan dapat ang issue. Ang issue sa kontrata, it's a 2-page contract with attachment. Ang isa sa mga attachment sa kontratang yon, Madam Chair, Senator JB, ay yung kanilang commitment na magdi-deliver sila ng LRV sa mga susunod na schedule. Halimbawa ho, February 10, 2016, dapat mayroon na sila. March 7, 2016, may pangalawa na dapat na bagon na na-overhaul. In other words, habang nag-uusap po tayo, dapat mayroon na tayong mga 17 na bagon na na-overhaul. Ano bang ibig sabihin ng overhaul? Good as new. At ang mga nilalagay mong mga spare parts and capital spares sa general overhaul is warranted. May certificate of warranty. It could last for 10 years. Good as new. Imagine, you have a 43 or sabihin natin 17 na mga bagong bagon na na-overhaul. Abay, it can influence the larger operation of 72. And therefore, na-minimize na sana yung problema at baka wala ng tiring. Hindi ho nila ginawa ho yan. Nag-submit ho sila ng dalawa. A month ago at yung isa, mga 2 weeks ago. May violation na ho sila roon. Sapagkat sila ho mismo sa bid documents, sa aking experience ho, ang basis ng kontrata ay kung anong sinumitin mo. Otherwise, anong basis ko? Naibigay sa iyong kontrata, nagsumiti ka sa bid documents nung nagbidding kayo na itong tren na ito, maidi-deliver ko kahit mayroon pang inilagay dyan na within 3 years. Statutory construction. Mayroong general provision, may specific provision. There is a specific submission in the bid documents of Buri na magdi-deliver sila nito. Lahat ng karamihan siguro ng pagtirik nabawasan na. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit ni-notify na ho natin ang Buri, given them 7 days to explain why their contract should be terminated with respect to general overhaul and maintenance. Pangatlo, total replacement of signaling system. Dito, malaki ang pagkakamali at maling desisyon. Nag-procure ho sila ang nakaraan ng Dalian Train 2014. I'm not discussing Dalian Train yet. I'm only discussing the last of the problems. And later, hanggat maaari, bibilisan ko para yung sa solution. Bumili ho sila ng Dalian Train 48 at nakalagay doon, Bombardier, ang signaling system. Madam Senator, Madam Chair, isang taon lang pagkatapos na bumili sila, nagdesisyon sila bumili ng Dalian Train, pumasok sila ng isang kontrata sa Buri para sa tinatawag na total replacement of signaling system. We don't have to be technical. I was once a scholar, civil engineering student. We don't have to be too technical about it. Ang total replacement of signaling system, simple lang. Kung meron tatlong klaseng signaling system sa Riles, wayside, onboard, and control center, ibig sabihin, iwa-wipe out mo yan, papalitan mo ng bago. Ano ba ang kasalukuyan ngayon? Fixed block. Bawat section, may sinasabi, hindi na pwedeng umatras dyan o mabante sapagkat ito lang dapat ang tren na dyan. That is fixed block. Pumasok sila sa isang kontrata na moving block. Huwag na natin pag-usapan yung qualification. In other words, yung Dalian Train mo na hindi mo pa ginagamit, that you are spending 328 million pesos for onboard signaling system, hindi mo pa nagagamit, iwa-wipe out mo na. Madam Senator, Madam Chair, pumasok din sila sa isang kontrata na yung 72 trains ay dapat lagyan ng ATP, ng bagong ATP sensor. Bombardier din ho yan. Kaya nga ho hindi natin binayaran. It's about 8.2 million. With the total replacement of signaling, wipe out din ho yun. Control center. In-upgrade ang control center from analog to digital. EB screen. MA 900, EB screen. Digital. Ginasusan mo ng almost 54 million. If you implement the total replacement of signaling, wipe out mo, hindi mo pa nga nagagamit ng 6 na buwan, aalisin mo na lahat yun. Total replacement of signaling system. Wala ho kaming duda na dapat we cannot in conscience implement that. Therefore, ang aming posisyon dyan ay tatanggalin na rin namin. At meron ako kaming maliwanag na posisyon. Total replacement of signaling system. Ma'am, ito ho yung nakikita namin mga problema. Ayokong kumuhunin yung oras ninyo. Pupunta na ho ako sa solusyon. I discussed the problem. Deductive. I'll try to discuss solution inductive. Therefore, I will start with maintenance. Ang posisyon ho namin, ang maintenance ay dapat i-terminate. Tanong siguro ng mga kababayan natin at ng inyong komite, assuming tama yung due process, we will respect the due process. Ito ho ay hindi madaling proseso. Ito ay palitan ng mga dokumento, ng mga argumento. Ang posisyon ho ng opisina ko at ng Department of Transportation, wala nang mas matinding ebidensya kaysa sa araw-araw na nahihirapan nating bigay yung mga, well, meron kami yung mga dokumento ng series of derailment. Ang tingin ho namin dapat ma-terminate yan. Kung hindi naman ma-terminate, talagang yun din ang sinabi namin sa Buri. Walang masamang tinapay, pipigay namin kayo para ipakita ninyo sa amin kung bakit kaya nyo pang bumili ng spare parts at may darating pang spare parts in 1.5 years. Kung natuto sila sa ginawa natin, binawasan natin ng 15.8 million ninth billing, binawasan natin ng 2.3 million on the 10th billing, binawasan natin ng 4 million on the 11th billing. Kung natuto sila, at palagay ko natuto sila sapagkat nag-improve ang kanilang procurement. Pakita mo yung procurement. Nag-improve ho ang kanilang procurement. Kung bumili sila ng mga spare parts na yan, malaki ho ang paniniwala ko. At kung yung spare parts na yan ay supported by documents, mag-i-improve pa ho yan. Babalikan ko una yung termination direction. Dapat ho bang mag-worry ang mga mananakay ho natin kapag terminate? Hindi ho. Ginawa na ho namin yan sa LRT. We created, through a special order, an MTT, Maintenance Transition Team. Nagpapalit lang ho ng mga damit yung mga nagtatrabaho. Ang nawawala lang yung mga boss ang magpapasweldo lang Department of Transportation. In other words, yung mga expert, magagaling ho, marami ho silang mga magagaling na tao. Ang problema lang talaga, kapag hindi ka bumili ng spare parts, doon nagkakaproblema ho talaga. Doon talaga ho, wala hong duda. Maraming magagaling sa busan. Marami ho sila ay katrabaho namin sa LRTA. Marami ho dyan 20 years, 15 years, they are experts. Magagaling ho yan. Marami ho dyan na mga magagaling. Pero ang problema talaga, kapag hindi bumibili ng spare parts, pakita ho po ninyo sa slide. Nag-improve ho ang pagbibili nila sa slides. Makikita ho yung October to January, nag-improve yung procurement nila 63.5% as against doon sa kanilang binigay na annual procurement plan and quarterly procurement plan. Bago tayo naghagpit, halos 20% lang. 29% lang. May narinig ho ako sa committee ho ninyo at sa ibang panayam na sinasabi na, bakit yung first billing hanggang 8 billing ay nakalusot? Nais ko pong ipaalam sa committee ito. Nag-utos si Secretary Artugate. Inutusan niyo po ako sa isang pagpupulong na sulatan ang Commission on Audit na i-audit din ang billing number 1 to number 8. January to October 2016. Utos po yan ni Secretary Artugate. On his own, after reading on his own, utos ho ni Secretary. Sapagkat tingnan din ho, hindi lang ho yung sistema at yung pananagutan ay makita din. Sapagkat trabaho din ho namin ito na ipakita, matuto tayo sa mga aral na nakukuha ho natin. So ang maintenance, ang tingin ho namin dapat ma-terminate na yan, magkaroon ng maintenance training, maintenance transition team. Sa maintenance transition team, sabihin na natin mga 3 hanggang 6 na buwan para i-procure. Assuming i-procure, pwede rin ituloy-tuloy na yan sapagkat ginawa na ho namin yan. Naapektuhan ba? Hindi ho. Mas marami pa ang LRTA. We were, at that time, at 32 million, almost 32 million a month. We were running 129? No, the total. The times 119 to 120 train. Sila 72 lang. 72 lang. 72 lang. May kakayahan ba ang Department of Transportation o ang MRT3 na bumili ng spare parts? Meron ho. In fact ho, pag-upo ho natin, hindi lang tayo nag-hire ng 20 engineers at sa rekomendasyon ni Director Manalo, nakuha din natin yung ilang engineers sa North Trail, nakakatulong ho yan. Pero siyempre mga bagito yung ginawa. Ang ginawa ho natin, well, North Trail, anong experience sa North Trail? Wala naman tren ho doon. Wala namang istasyon, walang rolling stock, wala nga ho yatang riles, may 81 post din naman yatang nagawa. Pero makakatulong ho yan. So anong ginawa natin? Kinuha natin ang tulong ng LRTA. Madalas ho, nakakausap ko si General Beroya, Sir, I need your support, I need help from you, I need this engineer, I need this engineer. Hindi na ho namin sinasabi sa media ho yun. At hindi na ho namin sinasabi sa lahat yun. Pero nagkakatulungan because we are practicing interoperability. At yan ho ang utos ni Secretary Tugade. Magkaroon ng interoperability. Yung magagaling sa PNR, paminsan-minsan gamitin ninyo dito sa MRT3. Yung magaling sa LRT, gamitin nyo dito. Kaya pag may mga insidente ho, ang isa sa nakakatulong ho sa amin, LRTA. And I know them. For 6 years, I know them to be competent, to be professional, and experienced railway engineers. So yun ho ang direction namin sa maintenance. General overall. Wala hong ibang direction. Pagka, halimbawa, natalo kami sa argumento at nanalo sila sa argumento, pipilitin doon ho namin sa kanila at hihingin din namin sa kanila ang commitment na yung general overhaul ay makomply nila. Ang posisyon ho namin, hindi nila na-comply, just in case. Pinag-aaralan ho namin yung plan A at plan B. So dapat open din ho kami sa mga opsyon na baka may pagkukulang kami sa aming pagtingin sa aming mga data. In any case, kung sila pa ay nandyan, hinihingi ho namin sa kanila ay maliwanag na tayo na hindi ho yung catch-up plan. Hindi ho nagbigay, porket nagbigay ho ng catch-up plan. Yun na ho yun ng Biblia. Should be validated and subjected by many attachments. It's a completed staff work, CSW. requirement that if you submit a CATSA plan, may mga attachment po yan. Ano mga spare parts ang bibilhin mo? Nabili mo na ba? Saan binili? Yan ang problema sa Busan. Nung inaward ang Buri, nung ang kontrata sa Buri, hindi na-require ng Bids and Awards Committee ang bill of quantities. Napakasimple lang po ang trabaho ng Bids and Awards Committee. Non-discretionary presence or absence. Kapag ka hindi mo na-require ang bill, anong basis mo? Ng amount ng maintenance, wala kang bill of quantities. Lahat ng taga-DPWH na siguro nandito, alam yan. Lahat ng mga taga-local governments, lahat ng mga taga-gobyerno, ng mga infrastructure projects, may bill of quantities. This project, before awarded, walang bill of quantities. E ano ngayon ang basihan mo ng pagbigay ng presyo at ng amount ng maintenance contract? On the total replacement signaling system. Mali na ho ito at ang direksyon na ho namin ay tagpasin na ang kontratang ito at ang tingin ho namin sapagkat nandiyan na ang bombardier, ang kakailanganin ho namin is upgrading. Alam niyo ho ba, sa inisyal na pakikipagpulong namin sa mga eksperto, by the way, Madam Chair, we are also assisted by several experts, rail experts, people with master's degree and PhD in civil engineering, and they've been working with LRTA and the Department of Transportation. Ang tingin ho nila, meron silang mga estimations na hindi aabutin sa 888 million para i-upgrade mo ang signaling. Kailangan bang magkaroon ng upgrading? Yes. Sapagkat nasa Sistra study ho yan. May mga study ho na ginawa. Apat ho ang study ang ginawa. At lahat ho yan ay nailagay na.
Yusek Chavez, magkano muli yung signaling system?
Total replacement signaling system ay 888 million. Tinanunguhan namin, bakit ba 888 million? Eh magandang numero. Imagine if I were to challenge technically, anong basis ng 888 million? Where is the bill of quantities?
So, ibig niyo sabihin, ito ay inaprubahan ng Bids and Awards Committee nila Secretary Lutilla, Yusek Lutilla, na wala itong
Wala akong bill of quantities.
Walang bill of
Inaprubahan
quantities.
ho nila yan ng nakaraan. Nang mayroon silang desisyon na bumili ng dalian at ang gagamitin ay fixed block. Maliwanag, palagay ko maliwanag po yun. May bumili sila ng dalian 2014, may decision silang bumili ng dalian train. Ang gagamitin na onboard signaling is fixed block, bombardier. Pumasok sila ngayon sa isang kontrata sa Buri. Total replacement of signaling system worth 888 million. Ibig sabihin, you replace the onboard signaling system of the 48 dalian trains worth 328 million. You put to waste that amount of money. In summary, Madam Chair, I discussed the problem. Systemic. It cannot be personal. It cannot be limited to Busan. Redeeming factor na nga ho sana na nagkaroon ka ng 3-month contract, 3-year contract. Kasi ho, kahit sa Sumitomo, nakadalawang beses lang ho silang grinding. Tapos marami na hong relays ang pinapapalitan noon pa man. Tama ho ang Busan. Tama ho ang Busan na ang isa sa problema ng MRT is relays. Tama ho sila. Pero hindi buong katotohanan ho yan. Sapagat as a maintenance service provider, it is their duty also to maintain the rail system, the trucks. To a certain extent, they did it. Pero hindi ho kompleto. In fact, nanghiramdan lang ho sila ng rail grinding machine. LRTA lang ho ang nagkaroon ng rail grinding machine. Ang Sumitomo nanghiram sa LRTA. Ang Busan nanghiram sa... Pero improvement na ho yun. Sapagkat noong 2010 from 2010 to 2015, walang rail grinding. Kaya malaki naman ang nagawa ng Busan dito. Nagkaroon sila ng rail grinding. Pero hindi kakayanin. Una-una wala sila. At ang systems design ho niyan, dapat taon-taon na rail grind ho yan. Maring hindi buo, pero yung iba. Sapagkat nagkakalawang ho yan. Hindi pwedeng manual. Kinakailangang automatic.
So, ibig niyo sabihin, ang Busan mismo, humihiram lang ng grinding machine Wala naman sila.
Technically, it's not wrong.
Oh, technically, it's not wrong. But how much of their commitment have they already fulfilled dun sa pag-grind nung riles?
They better perform. They perform better than
Then
the past.
Sumitomo, right?
No, not Sumitomo. I'm only referring to the contracts from PH Strong to APT, Global APT, then to the multidiscipline.
So they perform better. But
Yes,
of
yes.
their commitment, sir, how much of the rails have they grinded already?
Meron ho tayong 16.9 linear meters dito ho sa kilometers dito sa MRT. I-divide ho nyo sa apat yan, nasa 66 kilometers ho yan. Pwede bang ipakita natin kung sa systematic rail replacement ang nagawa nila? Grinding, sorry. Sa napag-usapan na ho namin yan, yung 1,140, hindi na masyadong masama ang numerong yan kumpara nung mga nakaraan na wala. May improvement ho. May improvement ho.
Pero ang sinasabi ninyo, yung overhaul na sinasabi nila nung mga bagon, dalawa lang ang nagawa nila.
Yun ho ang claim nila at sinabmit sa ating engineering. Kausap po natin na engineering. Dalawa pa lang ho.
Dalawa pa lang, na dapat at least 43,
Opo, by this time ho, dapat ang natapos nila ay about
17.
18. By this time ho, dapat 18 na ho. Imagine ho yung 18, kung na general overall, good as new.
Yung
Wait.
dalawa ba na na-overhaul nila, maganda naman.
Subject to validation ho yun.
Okay.
Nasa amin na ho yan. Responsibilidad na ho namin. Kapag ka na-delay, on that alone, responsibilidad na ho namin yan. Na-receive na ho namin yung pangalawa ay about 2 weeks ago.
So, doon po sa mga sinabi ninyo, unang-una maraming salamat na nag-umpisa kayo ng paghingi ng paumanhin at pag-ako ng responsibilidad. Pero binigyan ninyo ng tamang konteksto. Ilagay din natin sa tamang konteksto na ang pagpasok niyo talaga dito, lahat ng mga problema na yon ay nandun na. Kaya nga, sinabi ninyo na ang problema ay ang struktura, pero meron din kayong mga sinabing dapat nating gawin para ayusin. So,
Last part ho ng aming solusyon.
okay. You said what?
Pinarmahan na ho ni Secretary Tugal last December. Yung tinatawag na ancillary power. Palagi ko, importante kasama ito sa isang konteksto para maintindihan natin na may pag-asa na bubuti ang MRT3. Ang ancillary power project ay may apat na bahagi. Number one, yung kapasidad ng power ng MRT from 30 megavolts gagawing 60. Madodoble yung power sa MRT3. Pangalawa, yung packet truck ay mababago ho natin from 3-car train to 4-car train. Remember ho, ang station platform ng MRT3 ay naka-design para sa 4 na bagon. At pangatlo, sa project na ito ay ang paggagawa ng stabling area. Ang stabling area ho, Madam Chair, ay parking area. Tawagin na lang natin parking area. Well, usually nasa depo ho yan. Parang nasa depo ho yan. Bakit ho ba ginagawa ho natin ito? Sapagkat, by the way, initiative ho ito nung nakaraang administrasyon. Kailangang maging maliwanag ho yan. Nirekomenda ho ito nung mga nakaraan at initiative ho, kaya lang ang nag-i-implement sa DOTR na. So maganda ang, nung ginawa ho nila, well, ito ang isang maganda na meron tayong ancillary power project. Ang problema lang ho, bumili ka ng Dalian trains, na dumating dito, wala ka pang paradahan. Kaya nakaparada yung mga tren ho natin sa LRT Line 1 Depot, sa tramo, at yung iba naman sa ibabaw ng tren. Sa ibabaw ng trucks sa North Avenue. Wala akong truck. May nagsalita ho yata dito sa committee ninyo na mayroong paradahan. Wala akong paradahan. So ngayon ho, may mga schedule na ho kami. Matatapos na ho yung paradahan na yan. Andyan ho ang schedule. In fact, ngayong May 30, matatapos ang depot stabling trucks 11 and 12. Sa wakas, ilang tren ho na nasa North Avenue na matagal nang nakatiwangwang sa ibabaw ng Riles between Trinoma and North Avenue ay pwede nang madala first week of June sa depot. Bumili ng tren pero walang paradahan. Nahuli ang paradahan. So, ang pinaka-importante ho dito, Madam Chair, ay the power. Bakit to ba ini-increase natin ang power? Sapagkat tama ho si Director Deo Manalo sa payag do sa inyo, ang ating plano ho ay yung tatlo ay maging apat. Yung tatlo ay maging apat. Para yung tatlo ay maging apat, kinakailangan dagdagan mo ang power. Pangalawang project, okay na ho yan. Wala hong duda na patungo tayo dyan. Maaaring magkaroon ng delay. Pero ayaw ni Secretary nagkakaroon ng delay. Kaya patakaran ni Secretary Tugade, no variation order. Kasi baka sa bidding, sinasabing matatapos nito ng within 30 days, halimbawa, tapos magba-variation order, 10%, so magbabago yung schedule, therefore kawawa yung taong bayan. Medyo trick ho ito sa mga bidders na magbababa ng presyo o sasabihin na kaya namin gawin yan in 400 days. Pero sa totoo lang, hindi pala kaya. Pag na-award na, sasabihin mag-i-extend. Lugi ang tao, dinaya lang tayo. Ang patakaran ni Secretary Artogadi sa lahat ng DOTR projects, no variation. You really have to show proof why variation should be approved. So, kaya sinasabi namin sa kanila, kung yung November 11 sa contractor, dapat yung traction power substations, ito ho ang magdodoble from 30 megavolts ay magiging 60 para pwede kang magdagdag. Ano ho ba ang magandang ginawa ng administrasyon? Maliban sana sa pagbili ng Dalian train, na ngayon ay hindi pa ho natin pinag-uusapan, at yung general overhaul, imagine ho, kung yung 43 general overhaul ay na-accomplish, at mayroon kang 48 Dalian trains na operational, safe, technically safe, and operationally reliable. Imagine kung pagdudugtungin mo ang dalawang ito, mayroon kang 91. Yung 91, sabihin mo ng 91, you divide it by 4. Mayroon kang ngayong 20 trains. Mayroon kang 20 trains. Kung ang design capacity, ang minimum design capacity is between 16 to 20 trains, wala nang magiging pila. Sapagkat yung 20 trains in 4-car formation, you divide it by 60 minutes, you have 2.5 minutes headway. 2.6, sabihin na natin 2.5 minutes headway. Ang 2.5 minutes headway, ang ibig sabihin yung pagdating ng tren, pagitan ng pagdating ng tren sa istasyon, imagine, meron ka ng 4 na wagon in 2.5 minutes, wipe out ang mga pila sa baba, sa North Avenue, sa Quezon Avenue, sa Kamuning. Pero, dapat Riles ay maayos. Mayroon na ho tayong budget, tapos na ho ang ating terms of reference. We are now in the procurement process. Again, Director Deo Manalo is part of this. Baka hindi lang ho masyadong naipaliwanag ni Director Deo Manalo, but he was very on top of this. Kasama ho namin si Director, magkasama ho kami na nag-ayos ng 1.2 billion total replacement dito ho sa MRT. Yung 1.2 billion ho ay para ho yan sa lahat ng Riles minus 7,200 linear meters sapagkat nagawa na ho natin. Yung pala ho nagagawa ho natin. Pagkatapos ng SISTRA recommendations in 2010. May SISTRA recommendation na ho na dapat magpalit na. Kaya mayroon hong rason din. Minsan, yung derailment ay not derailment. Yung pagtirik ng tren ay dahil din po talaga sa Riles. So, mayroon ka ngayong power, pati yung total replacement signaling system, matatapos ng 2 years. In 1 year, substantial na ma-accomplish mo after notice to proceed. Gaganda ang operasyon. Yung 3-car mo, magiging 4-car operation, gaganda na ang operasyon. Sa tingin ko, ang tanong na lang, kailan? May schedule ho kami at nakalagay ho dyan. Kung hindi magbabago ho yan, yung pocket trucks, yung stabling area sa depot, kung hindi mababago ang schedule namin sa pag-increase ng power at yung pocket trucks sa show at sa top, kung hindi ho mababago yan. Tama ho si Director Deo Manalo. Assuming na yung Dalian ay yung kanyang signaling system ay operational, ay okay na. Tama ho si Director Manalo. Posible na mag-improve ng malaking bahagi ang ating sistema pagdating ng November. At kung patuloy na natututo ang buri sa pagbibili ng tamang spare parts, imagine, kung nakatikim sila ng 15.8 million na pagbabawas noong October, di dapat October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, 7 months, nakabili na dapat sila ng maraming spare parts. Bakit po ba may maintenance contract sa private? Sapagkat ang theory ng gobyerno, ang theory ng even business community, and maybe the Senate, mas mabuti yung private sector nag-ooperate because in 3 years, nakakapagbili ka ng bulto-bulto na spare parts. Hindi nangyari ho yan. Hindi ho nangyari yan. Pero kung natutuho sila sa pagbabawas natin ng 15.8 nung 8 billing, 2.3 million, 9 billing, 10 billing, 4 million, 11 billing, dapat bumili na sila ng marami. Sapagkat yung binawas namin sa kanila ay mapupunta pa rin naman sa kanila. Lagi namin sinasabi, pag bibili kayo ng spare parts, susundin nyo ang COA regulation. Na yung nasa COA regulation, copy-paste sa kontrata. Show us proof that you procured this spare parts. Madam Chair, ang tingin ho namin, and finally, habang inaayos ho namin yan, ang instruction sa amin ni Secretary Tugade ay tingnan yung buong sistema ng MRT3. Dito na lang siguro ang aking presentasyon dito sa MRT3, and I'm willing to answer some questions. I'll be happy to answer some questions.
Napakaganda ng presentasyon niyo actually, Yusek Chavez. Bagamat maraming technical na mga bagay, mas naiintindihan namin yung pag-explika ninyo. Maraming salamat. Ang tanong ko lang, kasi nung umpisa, una-una I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Services, Senator JV. Salamat. Yung nabanggit po ninyo na may problema talaga sa struktura dito sa MRT. Di ba yung sabi nyo, wala naman talagang kakayanan ng iisang grupo lang na magpatakbo nito. Ano bang suggestion ninyo? Dapat bang i-privatize na? I mean, might as well na pag-usapan natin, dapat bang i-privatize? Kasi nung umpisa, nung panahon ni Secretary Abaya, ang sinasabi niya dapat i-buy out na ng gobyerno yung share nila. Pero ang problema dito, pag binayout ng gobyerno, parang nililipat lang sa isang bulsa at isang bulsa yung bayaran dito eh. Sa maikling papaliwanag, ano ba sa tingin ninyo?
With all due respect, Madam Chair, privatization is not enough. Yung klaseng hayop muna, ng organisasyon muna ng MRT3 ang dapat ayusin.
So, paano?
Okay, dalawa ho yan.
Oo.
Magkakambal ho dapat. Privatization and ownership, privatization and the organization itself of MRT3. Halimbawa, pinag-aaralan ho ng opisina ni Secretary Tugade ngayon, ng aming opisina. Pinag-aaralan ho namin an executive order, a presidential executive order to be issued transferring MRT to LRTA. Is that enough? Because ano ang theory ho natin? PNR has a board. LRTA has a board. We're creating a Mindanao Railway Corporation for Mindanao projects, has a board. Para hindi na nagiging discretion ng the general manager o kaya ng DOTR secretary, para mas may maliwanag na may fiscal autonomy, may interoperability, may totoong nagbabantay ng organisasyon, because right now the organization is just a project management office of DOTR. Ang analogy ko, Madam Senator, is like Department of Environment and Natural Resources implementing a mining project. DNR should regulate mining companies.
Hindi kaya nga, pero ililipat sa LRT.
Pangalawa.
LRTA, no? Pero meron na silang board. Sino ba may-ari ng LRTA? Hindi ba may pribadong kumpanya na may-ari niyan? Meron naman tayong MRTC. dito sa MRT. So, anong mangyayari? Sino may-ari ng LRTA?
Ang may-ari ho ng LRT ay ang gobyerno. Ang nangyari lang ho, yung Line 1 ay pre-privatize ho natin. Kaya doon ho ang kakambal ho ito. Dapat may-ari ng MRT3 ay hindi dapat DOTR, hindi niya dapat trabaho yan, dapat policy level lang siya. Dapat mapunta ito, I am not saying this is final, pinag-aaralan po ho namin. But you ask us of options, this is one of the options. MRT3, ilagay sa sa LRTA. LRTA is operating Line 2. Line 2 ho. Yung Line 1 ho ay pre-privatize na ho natin sa LRMC. Para kakambal ho yung paglipat sa kanya is privatization. Tama ho kayo. Kinakailangang ma-privatize ang maintenance and operation ng MRT3. Wala akong conflict ko. Dadahan-dahanin ko. Ang MRT3, this is just a suggestion. We're still being studied by the Office of Secretary Tugadi. There's no finality in it. And in fact, nasa pag-aaral pa lang ho ito. Yung MR3, kung halimbawa ilagay mo sa LRTA, katulad din ng Line 1, na ngayon ay nasa LRMC, yung MRT3 should be privatized. Tama po kayo. This should be privatized. How many years? 25 years. Pero ano ang pagkakaiba kapag pre-privatize mo na ngayon? Ano ang pagkakaiba kapag pre-privatize mo na ngayon ang MRT3 under LRTA? Magkakaroon na ng Committee to Monitor Concession Agreement na isang kontribusyon ng nakarang administrasyon.
Pero wala bang legal challenge siya ng MRTC?
They are just iba ho yun. Yung MRTC ho ay two trucks. Ang pinag-uusapan ho natin, ang direction ho kasi ho namin, Assistant Secretary Leia Kembao is here, our OIC head of legal. Ang aming direction ho dyan is to buy out.
So ganun din, katulad nung suwestyon ng nakaraang administrasyon. Pero sa pag-buyout ninyo, ang mamamahala nga itong LRTA
As a regulator ho,
as a regulator.
ipa-privatize pa din ho siya.
Oo.
Ipapa-privatize ho. Tama ho yung direction po na binanggit po ninyo na ipa-privatize mo na ho. Kaya lang mayroon ka ho hanggang 2025 yung contract. Ma'am, yung MRTC. Maaaring sabihin na yan ay pag-aari ng MRTC. Pero buwan-buwan ho binabayaran natin. It's about 15 years. And therefore, halos malaki na rin ang pag-aari ng gobyerno. Ang pinag-uusapan na lang natin ay 7 years o 8 years na lang ang hinihintay natin.
Magkano pa yung natitira na yun?
7 or 8 years.
Hindi, pero magkano? Magkanong pera? Para i-buy out.
Ang pinipirmano namin ni Secretary Tugadi ho dyan sa equity rental ho ay almost 610 million. 610 or 612 at 5 million doon pambayad sa mga empleyado ng MRTC.
Sige. Kasi marami pa tayong dapat pag-usapan ngayon. Ang susunod natin sigurong kausapin ay, kasi marami kayong suggestion ngayon no? Ang sinasabi ninyo, dapat yung ibang portions ng agreement with Buri ay ma-terminate na yon.
Yun ho ang aming posisyon. We will observe due process.
Siguro tatanungin natin si Miss Belen. Georgette Belen, meron daw presentation. Meron pa ba o tapos na yung presentation? What is your presentation?
On major incidents, recent major incidents.
No, I think we can talk about something else. Who else has a presentation? Siguro lumakdaw na tayo kay kasi yung isa din dito na ating pinag-uusapan ay kung ano, ang nag-umpisa nagkapalpak-palpak, sumama pa yung maintenance. Nung pinasok ng gobyerno, nung binigay ng gobyerno sa isang maintenance provider na wala namang track record, ito nga yung sa PH Trams. Tapos tayo yung na medyo nagkakagulo at iniisip natin, bakit ito yung kinuhang kumpanya na bagong incorporation lang, wala naman talagang track record. Sino ba talaga ang nangingibabaw dito? At ang pangalan na lumitaw ay si Marlo de la Cruz. Bagamat wala siya ngayon dito, hindi ito, uulitin ko, sa paghihigante, kundi para matunton bakit naging ganon ang desisyon ng nakaraang administrasyon. Na para sa atin, ang opinion natin dito ay mas lalo pang sumama ang estado ng MRT. So, hindi naman pwedeng makalusot ang mga ganyan. Tanungin natin yung representative ng CBNT na naging business partner ni Mr. Marlo de la Cruz para ipakilala niya sa atin sino ba talaga si Marlo de la Cruz. So si Mr. Roel, tama ba yung aking presentation? Pag-pronounce ng iyong pangalan?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Roel Bacar, one of the first maintenance providers that came after Sumitomo was PH Trams, as we all know. This maintenance provider was also tainted with controversy. Ginamit daw ni Mr. Vitanggol ang kanyang posisyon bilang GM and MRT na pinuno ng negotiating team at miyembro ng BAC sa pagbigay ng maintenance contract sa PH Trams at CBNT kahit na mayroon siyang interest sa PH Trams. Mr. Bacar, as a member of CBNT, which was a partner of PH Trams, you're more or less familiar with the way things operate with DOTR on how you were able to bag the maintenance contract. Please explain briefly who were the members of your partnership and who is Marlo de la Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, if I may, ma'am, I was present in the last hearing. I've been meaning to express my opinion. I was listening to the backgrounder you made in the last hearing mentioning PH Trams and CBNT having been involved in the Inicon's 30 million extortion case in the Sandigan Bayan. The only the incorporators of PH Trams were involved, and during that time, the JV was not yet formed, nor have I known these people.
So hindi ka pa kasama doon. Yung PH Trams, sino-sino yung mga nandun? Just for the record.
If I remember it right, Madam Chair, it was, they were Wilson De Vera, Federico Remo of Philexim, Marlo de la Cruz, Arturo Soriano.
Sige, so
Those are the people.
So paki-explain ka na. Go ahead with your statement.
We prepared a small presentation, ma'am. Just a brief history from TESP in 1999, Sumitomo Corporation, October 1922. First off, ma'am, I'd like to explain where I came from. I'm Roel Bacar. I'm the president of CBNT. I'm also, I've worked with Sumitomo Corporation under Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the partner for rail. From the time the MRT3 was constructed, and from the time we started the Line 2 P1 depot project in Marikina and the Line 1 capacity expansion project. My company, the previous companies I worked with, which I was also director, participated in all of the contracts of Sumitomo Corporation here in the Philippines. And up until now, I am still connected with and affiliated with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in helping them out in their projects for the Philippine setting. So going back to the presentation, ma'am. TESP, that's when we took over. We were invited in 2012 by DOTC, since we were the contractor for Line 1. There were no other contractors that are eligible and capable in taking over another system within Metro Manila. There are only three rail line systems in Metro Manila. That's Line 1, 2, and 3. TESP was under an interim maintenance as their contract expired. MRTC and DOTC was having an agreement on whether who to maintain MRT3. TESP was asking an annual price. Well, we all know the entire story, madam. So I think the committee already have a record. Um, we there were a few people who met with me sometime 2012, early 2012. This was Chuck Goldman, an American from American Transport, um, Frederico Remo of PhilExim Bank, Boyet Maralit, um, and Wilson De Vera. They came to my office because they were looking for an eligible contractor who is capable to maintain an entire system. So these people came to me offering a maintenance contract, not with the OTR. It was with MRTC. So with due diligence, we prepared all of what we need um, in taking over a system and all of the study, including preparing for a massive takeover. So we were prepared, but this was for MRTC. So what we did was a joint venture with PH Trams, since they are the ones who presented to me and made promises that they would bring in Bombardier plus Inicon.
So, the group of PH trams approached you, nilapitan kayo.
Correct, ma'am.
Na isama sa kanila.
Yes, madam.
So, itong kumpanya ninyo, ilang porsyento lang yung pag-aari ninyo nung pumasok kayo sa kasunduan?
Well, the arrangement...
Global kayo, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. We agreed during that time, if we are going to be the technical partner, we will be the manpower because we have the trade skills.
So, but how many percent nga was your ownership?
The only agreement we did was they would take care of sourcing the parts, supposedly from the OEM Inicon.
Okay, go ahead.
So I would say whatever I'll be saying here would collaborate in almost all of the affidavits that were provided in the NBI with the Czech ambassador and with theirs, I think, would also collaborate with them. So when they approached me, the initial intention was with MRTC. And when DOTC decided to have a negotiation, we were very, very prepared. All we need was to change the MRTC. Actually, there were some typo errors that MRTC were still in our proposal when we went for a negotiation with the DOTC at that time. So the main agreement with PH Shams being to answer the question, ma'am, why did we partner with a 2-month-old PH Shams? It was a decision on my part that PH Shams was offering. They would take care of sourcing the parts with Inicon. Wala na po akong problema. Capital spares, okay na sa amin because we're so used with LRT1 that somebody else is buying capital spares for us. Plus the fact that they are willing to do government liaison for me, so I don't have to come out in the open and talk with government. So I'll just do whatever I am, where I specialized in, which is managing a maintenance.
Why were you confident that they could bag the award and they could do the government liaising instead of you? Was there any time during your conversation where one of the incorporators mentioned to you that they have the connection within the government or the DOTC at the time?
Yes, almost all of them, ma'am. But with their formation, like Frederico Remo, he was with PhilExim Bank, so they were promising funding. So that would be a business decision for me. That funding would be easier for me. I wouldn't worry about funding. Boyet Maralit was also involved with DOTC at that
How?
time. I don't know what contract. And
Marlo de la Cruz?
yes, ma'am.
How-
He was introduced later to me.
And why were you confident that he would be able to help in your undertaking?
Well, it wasn't mentioned, but Marlo de la Cruz was mentioned to be known with influential people being with Liberal Party.
Who mentioned this to you?
Almost all of them, ma'am.
Wait, when you say all of them, who
All
the-
of the incorporators of PH.
So they would openly discuss that Mr. Marlo de la Cruz is close to certain individuals
Correct.
associated with the then Liberal Party.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the head of the DOTC? Did they mention Secretary Abaya, or did they mention anyone else?
I do not know which secretary, but I'm sure it's the head of an agency.
So at the time when you were having this conversation with them, who was the head of the DOTC?
That was before there were a different secretary before Mar Rojas.
This was 2012?
2012.
Oh,
It
no,
was-
2010. 2012 kayo, di ba?
Yes, yes.
So 2012, because 2010 was Ping de Jesus. Okay, so hindi kayo 2010, right?
So 2012 na.
Okay, who was the secretary then? What month were you dealing with the DOTC?
Well, I think it was Secretary Mar Rojas.
What month were you dealing with the DOTC?
We dealt with the OTC sometime October 2012.
So October 2012, it was already Secretary Abaya, I believe. Am I correct? Attorney Lutilla.
Madam Senator, I think in that point there was the acting secretary then was at that time Undersecretary Santos.
Okay,
That was an
maybe
interim period.
Attorney Vitangol can shed light on this.
Secretary Rojas assumed the DOTC top post after the one-year ban on the appointment of losing candidates, and that was sometime after May of 2011. And then Secretary Abaya assumed the post when Secretary Rojas was appointed as the ALG Secretary, and that was between October 5 to 7 of 2012.
So during the negotiations with CBNT, who was the secretary, based on your recollection, Attorney Vitangol?
I believe that during the presentation made by CBNT before the MRTC, they sent me an invitation to attend the presentation. At that time, it was Secretary Rojas. But when the negotiation was consummated, it was at the time of Secretary Abaya.
So at the time that you were having all of these discussions within the incorporators that will partner up with you, they were referring to Secretary Rojas.
I would assume, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes,
May I
ma'am.
just clarify?
Attorney Gonzalez, go ahead.
Ma'am, may I just clarify the assumptions of office of the different secretaries? So, ma'am, based on the records, Secretary Ping De Jesus was appointed, was Secretary, DOTC Secretary.
Can you please speak?
From July 2010 to June 2011. Secretary Rojas from July 2011 to September 2012. Yusek Paeng Santos from October 1 until 17 October 2012. And Secretary June Abaya, 18 October 2012 to June 16, 2016. June 30, 2016.
Thank you for the clarification. Go ahead, Mr. Ruel.
Yes, ma'am. If I may continue. During the time when we were making a proposal with the 5 incorporators of PHMs, we were also able to make a presentation with MRTC at the Manila Yacht Club, where Chuck Goldman was able to provide Bombardier for the signaling system. Bombardier responded by making CBNT as the exclusive distributor for the signaling system. So they delivered So that's the reason why I was very convinced that the joint venture with PH Trams would result to bagging the contract. Because when we made the presentation, which was also facilitated by Mr. Marlo de la Cruz at the Manila Yacht Clubs, we all have the documents, ma'am. We will just submit to the committee all of the invitations. Um, so I was convinced that PH Trams would be a good partner um, for MRT3 negotiation, just to source out parts and provide uh, financial backing for capital spares with Philexim Bank, with Federico Remo partnering with us. So in the negotiation, Sumitomo offered 2 million, Miascarel 1.3 million, and us being this being a temporary maintenance provision for merely 6 months. So we thought the provisions of capital spares is not sufficient for 6 months because the sourcing out of parts would take us in the least 6 months to a year, especially with traction motors and the major parts. So based on our experience, although it's part of our contract to provide capital spares, we really haven't assessed the system. We were given 3 days to have ocular inspection. But when we actually had taken over, we did a standard procedure detailed assessment of all of the system, including the rolling stock. And that's where we found out that we really need to rehabilitate, to implement the rehabilitation of the trains. That was in 2012 because it's long overdue. It's supposed to be rehabilitated in 28 and 2009. The assessment we made is for us to keep the trains running based on the previous presentation of Busan as well as the consultant. We increased during the term of GM Butancol the train availability. When we increased the train availability, we didn't have any peak hours or off-peak hours. We were fielding 18 to 20 non-stop the entire day. So, so we've increased ridership during our time, and that was based on the presentation um, of almost all of the agencies provide. So,
Mr. Roel, I think Senator
Just like to
Davis-
ask, Madam
Yes.
Chair, Mr. Bakar, ano po yung rason bakit pumasok yung Bombardier? Why was there a reason? Why do you have intentions to change already the signaling system at that time?
yes, there was already the signaling system. The MAN 900 system is already obsolete. It's working on a Windows 95 application.
So you're changing to ito yung moving block o yung ano yung bago?
Yes, sir. What was mentioned by Yusek Chavez, the upgrade we provided was just about 52 to 62 million. That would be sufficient enough for a lifespan of 10 to 8 years. Kaya po nagtataka sila kung bakit po tatanggalin ulit if we have an upgrade with renewed lifespan.
So the reason why you became more confident in dealing with the PH trams was that they were able to deliver yung Bombardier, tama ba?
Correct, sir. Correct.
So that gave you more confidence in going ahead with this venture.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all for now. Go ahead.
So, if this is the signature of Mr. Marlo de la Cruz in our joint venture. Next slide, please. So during our takeover, we weren't able to get, of course, the trade secrets of each maintenance contractor's line is based on the manuals. So when Sumitomo went out, they took all of the manuals. So what we did was we had, of course, we partnered with, I have a consultant who's a European. So we are able to find again a new set of manuals from foreign sources. So doon namin binase yung mga assessment po namin. Next slide, please. This is, as we all know, this is part of our assessment back in 2012. So this is just for you to look at. Right now, maybe it's over 1.6 million kilometers. That's supposedly the ideal replacement of and rehabilitation would be on the 800 to 1 million kilometers for each of these check trains. Just to tell you, sir, these check trains are not even being thrown out in Europe. These are being used, and the maturity of the 15-year model, these trains are still workable if done justice in maintenance. So this is a picture of Mr. De Leon. I forgot to mention later that Mr. Maralit was able to provide me a meeting with the chairman of MRTC before we made the presentation. That's why we were able to invite Mr. Thomas De Leon to inspect the infamous train number 20, which was cannibalized. To point out, Madam Chair, when Yusek Chavez mentioned that in the last 10 years, it's not the fault of the contractors, that even Sumitomo, I would say this is a fault of course, the politics behind government and the private partner. Sumitomo, during the last 10 years, it started in 1995. So 10 years after the warranty, there's another 2 years that they were just being they were just being extended. I think 6 months, 3 months, then monthly. So no contractor can have an ideal or proper procurement plan to even purchase parts. Even us, we would admit that. So our intent was to make the trains run on stopgap measures and on parts that we can have on market. May na-mention din po kayo, ma'am, in the last hearing that the parts are obsolete and not available in the market. Maybe later my consultant would clarify that it is available in the market if we can just source them out. Later on, maybe we could give Mr. Rolf Bieri, my German consultant, my Swiss consultant, to explain to you on the parts, because the reason why we need to know the actual problem, para malaman po natin ano yung exact solution. So next slide, please. So on December 2012, we did another, when I knew of PH Trams not purchasing parts, even PH Trams, I have asked them if they could buy capital spares, and I know they can't, because if you remember, there is an affidavit with a Czech ambassador saying that we have met in a birthday party sometime in, I'm not sure, November. When we met with the Czech ambassador, that was the birthday party of Boyet Maralit. So the Czech ambassador, I didn't understand much of their conversation. He was conversing with Mr. Rodriguez, one of the coordinator that I got. They were
Mr.
speaking.
Bakar, for the record, what's the name of the Czech ambassador? Do you recall?
Ambassador Rich Star.
Rich Tar.
Yes.
Okay, the one that filed the that was involved in this case?
That's
Siya na po
the
yun.
one who filed a 30 million extortion case against the incorporators of PH Shams.
Okay.
The-
And who else? Another person? Sino pa ho yung isang nabanggit nyo?
Mr. Jose Rodriguez.
Who is Jose Rodriguez?
Jose Rodriguez is the consultant I got in the coordination for MRT3 for under PH Shams CBNT joint venture. So when I went to the birthday party of Poet Maralet, I assumed that Unifon was still backing up the group of PH Shams. So I said, okay, then we can start sourcing out the parts, which up until such time they did not.
When was this? Ano taon po ito? 2012? Sometime in 2012?
2012 po, 2012.
Okay, please go ahead. Just for the record, para alam na natin yung
Yes.
timeline.
So, for the record, Mr. Chair, when I had a talk with PH Shams by not providing parts, I told them if they could sign a waiver that they will be liable and they will only be responsible for the unavailability of parts being not provided the joint venture. So I had them sign a waiver duly notarized.
So they were not able to guarantee the supply of parts, you mean?
With the waiver being flashed, Mr. Chair, I think it's proof that they did not.
But you said earlier that one of the reasons that you became confident in going ahead with this venture with them was because of the assurance that they will be able to provide the parts.
Correct, sir. As for the protection of my company and for my protection, I had them sign a waiver because it's been how many months that they haven't provided the capital spares.
So at that time also, no, before we continue, you had an assessment because at Sumitomo was already on a month-to-month, or year-to-year contract.
Correct.
Am I correct? No? So
Month-
there was an
year-
assessment of the whole picture, the condition, the situation of MRT, and there was really it was justified that there was really a need to change the maintenance provider. And okay, please go ahead. And do you think that this venture with PH Trams would be the answer during that time?
I believe that, sir. It would have been the answer with us helping out with our trade skills and the parts that will be provided. If the slide that shows some of the condition of MRT3. Next slide, please. This one is discussing the connection of. Well, I was asked who Marla de la Cruz is, so this is one of the proof. This is a memorandum of agreement with the Global EPCOM designating Marla de la Cruz as the attorney in fact.
Which company is this?
A Global
Global
APT
EPCOM?
Global. The next.
The next provider already.
Yes.
And Mr. Marlo de la Cruz is again part of the APT Global.
Correct, sir. Just to clarify, sir, also, that was the bidding where after my 6 months temporary maintenance contract, I bid it alone.
So for the record,
Against them.
PH Trams became the maintenance provider of MRT3 for a period of 1 year only?
11 months, sir.
11 months. That's
6
even 1
months extended 3 months.
So what was the justification for the change to APT Global?
We were just waiting for a proper bidding for a longer term, which is 1 year. So I bid it alone in the next bidding and I lost by a technical issue.
So you were not part of this anymore, no, sa APT
Not
Global?
anymore, sir.
Hanggang PH Trams na kayo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, please proceed.
Please proceed. Next slide. So in the negotiation, I also participated in the bidding with against Busan, and we have our position, and we'll just submit to the chair our position on regarding the bidding, Mr. Chair. I'd like to submit our position regarding the Busan bidding. And these are compilations of correspondences.
So with
between-
Busan, you are all again active with contracts like the grinding was subcontracted, was contracted to you?
Well, they don't have any choice, sir. CPNT only is the only company that has a grinding machine in the country.
So the only time that you were absent was during the APT Global?
Yes,
Diba?
sir.
Okay.
Next slide, please. MOA. Next slide, please. We're just quoting Jaris Bondok, and we are agreeing with this is the pictures we compiled when Busan took over the system.
So who are these people? Meron bang mga top office officials of...
Sir, the one wearing the Giants t-shirt is Eugene Rapanut, the one who represented Busan during the negotiation. The one sitting on the left side is Marlo de la Cruz.
Saan
the
po
one-
siya dyan? Anong suot?
And the one wearing green stripe is Boyet Morales.
Si Marlo po yung nasa left side.
Yung naka-long sleeves po.
Ano po yung checkered o yung plain blue?
Yung
Checkered?
nakaupo po. Yung nakaupo. Sa yung mas
Nakaupo sila, tatlo sila eh.
Apo. Nasa left side po.
Left side. So the
Our
one with
left.
medyo checkered.
Our left.
Ah,
Yes.
checkered.
Yes. So yun po. That's Busan. Next slide, please.
Ito, nung nakuha na yung kontrata, nagkasayawan.
Hindi ko po alam, sir.
Okay,
I can only assume. These are the other partners that are listed in the incorporations of Busan. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is just proof that we did grinding for subcontract with Busan just to help out in the maintenance of MRT3.
So you are the only entity or corporation that has the grinding machine.
I've heard the MCI has one, but I haven't seen it being operated in any line.
And how, Mr. Bakar, how instrumental was Marlon de la Cruz in bagging both contracts of APT Global and PH Trams? Would you say that he is the X factor why those two entities was able to bag those contracts?
No, Mr. Chair. Actually, when we bagged the contract, we were so impressive during the negotiation. When the back said they've noticed that the PH Ramps was just registered with SEC but doesn't have a business permit at that time. So since I declared them as a joint venture partner, because the joint venture mentioned that once we are able to acquire the MRT3 contract, that's the only time the joint venture um, will take in effect. So I can go on alone, and I can go on
So, but
alone.
it was
And
it just a coincidence that in both entities, PH Trans and EPT Global, Marlo de la Cruz was very much a part of those two entities? Hindi naman siguro too much of a coincidence yun.
Well, I think I wasn't able to anticipate that, Mr. Chair. Otherwise, I should have partnered with Marlo de la Cruz because I bidded against them in that bidding, and we were disqualified outright.
Just go ahead with your,
Tapos na po, Mr. Chair. I was asked on who I've known Marlo de la Cruz. I've explained how I have known him, sir.
So, in your opinion, you said you wouldn't have done it if you had known Marlo de la Cruz better. Why is this again? Just to summarize your points.
No, actually,
All of the things that he promised, yung sinasabing mga procurement of parts, nagawa ba nila yon?
No, Madam Chair. What happened was I anticipated that they could not, and they won't be able to provide it through Inicon because they are having indifferences with the ambassador. So I have anticipated in providing a waiver for them to sign, duly notarized waiver, and they did sign.
And that waiver states what?
That they are liable and responsible for not providing spare parts for us. So what I did, I took over and used their portion on to buy as much parts as I can.
So you had to assume that responsibility, which should have been theirs in the first place,
Yes.
at least insofar as your agreement is concerned.
Yes, Madam Chair. We know the business and the name of our company. I've been defending from 2012 the reputation of the company that we have.
Well, I'm glad that you were finally given that opportunity today to clarify all of these preconceived notions about the partnership. Perhaps we would like to request you to submit to us those documents with them signing the waiver and you taking over the purchasing of some spare parts.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will be submitting all of the documents that we signed with Marlo de la Cruz, as well as our position on the bidding with Busan.
Okay. Dahil napag-usapan na natin si Marlon de la Cruz at yung Inicon, siguro napapanahon na rin na si Attorney Vitanggol ay mabigyan ng pagkakataon na i-explica sa atin. Attorney Vitanggol, kayo po ay nag-file ng kaso sa korte, di ba? Sa ombudsman. Unang-unang tatanungin natin, laban kanino at ano ang nag-udyok sa'yo na gawin ito? Dahil meron din mga paratang laban sa'yo. So, unahin muna natin, ano ba ang naging background, bakit ka nag-file ng kaso sa ombudsman? Anong nilalaman nito?
Madam Chair, I'm supposed to read an opening statement, pero this is really in the middle now, so I will not be reading my opening statement.
Maybe you can discuss from your opening statement something that we have not discussed yet.
Well, nevertheless, let me read a portion of it. I am here today neither to defend myself nor to judge the previous officials of the then DOTC. I am here simply to narrate to this committee, if given the opportunity, the facts and events that led to the present state of MRT3, based not on my mere recollection for our memories tend to falter, but to the fullest extent possible, supported by documentary evidence. My lawyers advised me not to prepare anything new, whether it's a presentation, a position paper, or an affidavit. I was tasked to use existing pleadings and documents that we have used and which we have previously filed in various instrumentalities of the government. Thus, I beg the indulgence of this committee if I do not have any presentation. The main subject of Senate Resolution number 355 cannot be fully dissected and understood lest we delve into the other underlying issues related to it. The totality of circumstances and the confluence of events must all be taken into account. The Filipino people have been misled for so long a time, and they ache for the truth. So we hope that the truth will prevail. Let the people decide, and this committee, on who should be held accountable for the MRT fiasco. As I have stated in my previous writings and pleadings, I am not the enemy of the state as perceived with the previous administration. The enemy of the state is the truth. I would like to rebut, Madam Chairman, the statement that you mentioned before Mr. Bakar made a presentation that I used my influence and power in order to negotiate with them and award the contract to them. The truth behind it, Madam Chair, is that as the MRT3 General Manager at the time, I have no power and I have no authority to bid or to award any project which cost more than 5 million pesos.
But are you part of the technical group that advised the Bids and Awards Committee?
I will go to that later, Madam Chair. As the MRT3 General Manager, then Secretary Rojas issued a special order to us, putting the limit on the bids that we could do, and that is 5 million pesos for local projects of MRT3. So any project worth more than 5 million pesos, we do not have the power to bid it locally, but it was centralized with the DOTC.
Is this a standard operating procedure that you're limited to 5 million, at least in your level, and anything higher than that goes to the higher ups?
At the time, yes, Madam Chairman. So I believe that all attached agencies of the DOTC have a certain cap, but I do not know whether the other agencies would have the same limit on the bidding. So the negotiation that was done, and as Mr. Bakar has pointed out, it was participated by 2 other entities. And all of them, and I think Mr. Bakar would admit that they went through the proper motion. They went through the proper negotiation. And in fact, we dealt with CBNT. And in the original invitation sent to me by CBNT, it was in their letterhead, CBNT only. And during the presentation, during the negotiation, I was surprised that they already partnered up with PH Trans. And relative to the fact that the name of Mr. Soriano was included there, in all honesty, when Mr. Bakar invited me to their presentation with MRT Corporation, not MRT3, MRTC, it came to my knowledge that Mr. Soriano is connected with PH Trans. That knowing that he is the uncle of my wife, so I readily contacted my wife. I asked for the number of Mr. Soriano, and then I called up Mr. Soriano, and then I asked him and suggested that he should divest because it would be improper, even though they are dealing with MRTC, because I will be the end user, if ever. So, being also a government official, he is the provincial accountant of the province of Pangasinan, working under then Governor Amando Espino. He relented and he said, there is no problem because I was simply invited to fill up the 5-man board. That was his reason. So a few days after that, he sent me a copy of the deed of transfer of shares to Mr. Mario de la Cruz. In there, all his shares in PH Trans was ceded and paid for by Mr. Mario de la Cruz. So by the time that they were doing the negotiation, I am in the firm belief that he is no longer with PH Trans. And in fact, uh, I do not know whether there is a provision in the Government Procurement Act that I should have made a disclosure. Because in all honesty, he is no longer a part of PH Trans when the contract was awarded to them. In terms of awarding the contract, I made regular recommendations to the DOTC on the timeliness of the procurement activities. But in all these instances, there was always a delay. In fact, when I joined DOTC on January 2 of 2012, a week after that, the third extension of Sumitomo Corporation is about to expire. So I asked them, and they told me, no, you just have to extend it. That's the way we do it here. And in fact, this is the fourth extension. And then, knowing that the procurement of any big ticket project would take at least 8 months, then I said to them, we cannot simply extend it for 6 months, but let's extend it for 9 months.
When you say, I said to them, who are you referring to? Who's them?
People at the DOTC, particularly the I really do not know them at that time because I just joined them January 2. And that was a week after, around January 7.
Talking to people you don't know, sino kausap niyo na sinasabi niyo to na you should extend? I mean, you should not keep it extending, that you should go ahead and do the bidding process. Who in the DOTC were you talking to?
I can have it on my record because everything is on the record now.
Okay, so the people that you're talking to are
From the DOTC side.
okay, they're not the secretary or the general manager at the time. You're the general manager at the
Yes,
time.
Your Honor.
And you can't remember who you were talking to? Refer to your records.
It's not here right now.
And you, alam nyo, nung mga ilang hearings na meron tayo dito, pinatawag na kita, pero hindi ka rin pumunta, di ba? So pagkakataon mo na ngayon, sino ba yung kausap mo? Kasi hindi naman pwedeng, I told them, but who can verify it? Did you, as a general manager, I find it difficult to believe, mahirap paniwalaan na hindi mo nakausap kung sino man dito sa Bids and Awards Committee, yung mga USEC man lang, o yung asset, sino bang mga ano, o yung secretary mismo, hindi mo na matandaan.
But nevertheless, I made the recommendation to extend the contract to Sumitomo for 9 months.
Okay.
In order to give
No.
them-
That doesn't count for anything if you cannot tell me who you recommended it to. Kanino po yun yung nirekomenda sa DOTC noon na extend ang contract ng Sumitomo? Napaka-simple po ng tanong ko.
Yes, Your Honor. It was, the recommendation was sent to Undersecretary Rafael Santos at the time.
Okay, that's exactly my point. So you sent it to then Rafael Santos?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead then.
Because at that time, the Sumitomo's third extension is about to expire, and then upon consulting with the other members with the MRT3 management team, they said that, well, we need to extend it. So I made the recommendation to extend it for 9 months in order to accommodate the proper bidding for a long-term maintenance provider. And then after that, we made a recommendation to bid out the project for a 5-year maintenance contract. But for one reason or another, the 5-year maintenance contract was not bidded out by the OTC.
Who made the decision not to bid it out? It must have bothered you. I mean, if you made a recommendation, sino nagsabi wag mo na i-bid out yan?
As I have mentioned a while ago, Madam Chair, I have communicated with them, particularly with then Secretary Rojas, way before.
So ngayon, bumabalik ka, sinasabi mo, may Secretary Rojas. Kanina tinatanong kita sinabi mo lang Santos. So ngayon, sinasabi mo, you spoke to Secretary Rojas and you told him that they need to bid out already the maintenance contract.
Your Honor, that would be later because at January, the contract is about to expire. That is the second week of January of 2012. So I extended it for 9 months, okay, to enable the OTC to procure a 5-year maintenance provider.
Okay.
Okay? Then subsequently, on May 17 of 2012, okay, I sent a letter to Secretary Rojas. And it says here, let me read a portion of it. The existing fourth extension agreement between MRTC and Sumitomo Corporation, as concurred by this department for the maintenance of MRT3, will expire on October 19, 2012. Thus, there is an urgent need to procure a new maintenance provider in order to ensure the continuity of MRT3's operations and maintenance come October 2012. So this was in May 2012. Because I noticed that from January up to May, they have not done anything. So they have wasted January, February, March, April, 5 months already. And in fact, it was extended for 9 months to enable them to procure. So what happened? So finally, I decided to write him in May of 2012. And then I also mentioned here, I met with the majority of MRTC's directors on April 19 of 2012, seeking their no objection on some pending issues, including the procurement of a new maintenance provider. MRTC clarified that the procurement of the new maintenance provider had already been transferred to DOTC by virtue of its board resolution way back in November 17 of 2010. That was the only time, Your Honor, that I found out that it was actually DOTC's full responsibility to bid it out since it was transferred to them in November of 2010.
Dati kasi MRTC
Yes,
ang
Your Honor.
nagpo-procure ng
Yes,
maintenance provider.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, after having written Secretary Rojas, did he respond to you?
No, Your Honor. This letter, it was officially received by the Office of the Secretary, but it was never replied to.
Did you have the opportunity to follow up with anybody there and ask what
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
decision is? Okay, who did you speak
Yes, Your
to?
Honor. In one of the meetings at the DOTC, particularly on July 20 of 2012, okay, this is a meeting with the Secretary Rojas and with the other officials of the OTC. And then I mentioned to them my unacted letter dated May 17. And in fact, I even sent him another memorandum dated June 19 of 2012. The memorandum was coursed through the then back chairman, Undersecretary Jose Lutilia, with a recommendation that there is no more time for DOTC to publicly bid out the procurement of a new maintenance provider and award the same by October 19.
So Secretary Lutilia called their attention or sent them a letter saying there's no more time?
I sent him.
Oh, you sent
I
Secretary
memorandum.
Yusek Lutilia?
Yes, Your Honor. And then, on July 2012, a month after that memorandum that I sent to Undersecretary Lutilia, Mr. Tomas De Leon, the then president of MRT Corporation, wrote a letter to Secretary Rojas on July 25. And he said that they understand that DOTC will not able to finish the procurement process in time for the October 19 contract expiration, and thereby propose that MRTC take over the function of maintenance procurement, as they will be able to give focus on the procurement process and secure a maintenance contract under a more favorable timeline and significantly lower cost. I believe that Mr. De Leon, as the chairman as the president of the chairman of the MRTC, is concerned that there might not be no new maintenance provider in place if they would still allow the OTC to procure it, considering the lapse of time and that they have not yet procured one.
Okay, let us make this clear. The reason why MRTC is confident that they can get a maintenance provider at a shorter period of time is because they don't have to go through
The
the
procurement
government
of-
process.
It's exactly, Madam Chair.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
And then on August 31 of 2012, Mr. De Leon sent a letter. He actually transmitted a letter to me, but with the inscription, they are requesting for an inspection of the entire system of MRT3 in connection with their unsolicited proposal for the maintenance provision of MRT3. And in there, it was a letter of CBNT requesting a presentation with MRTC, and Mr. De Leon wrote this on top of the letter. He said, Al, please provide the necessary assistance in view of the expiration of the Sumitomo contract. Thanks, Tom De Leon, 8/31/12. So that is August 31, 2012. It was at that time that I learned the existence of the joint venture between PH Trams and Com Builders. On September 13 of 2012, I will give you a copy of this, Madam Chair. I'm just reading the relevant portions for the record of the Senate. I am now on page 8, Madam Chair. On September 13 of 2012, MRTC again wrote to the OTC relative to the impending expiration of the Sumitomo contract. And I wrote a memorandum to Secretary Rojas through Director Maria Cecilia Natividad, requesting them to issue and export to MRTC the necessary paperwork and allow MRTC to directly procure a new technical maintenance provider for MRTC. But then, the DOTC never had the paperwork done, much less gave it to MRTC. On September 28, 2012, less than a month to go before the expiry of Sumitomo, then Undersecretary for Rails, Rene Limcauco, issued a memorandum creating a task force that would review the terms of reference of the MRT3 maintenance contract and requiring the same to issue its findings not later than 72 hours thereof. And I was designated as the team leader of the task force. I did not ask Mr. Limcauco to place me there. It was on the behest of Mr. Limcauco that he designated me as the team leader. In compliance with the directive of Undersecretary Limcauco, the task force submitted its findings by way of a memorandum and signed by its members. The members are Engineer Misael Narca of MRT3, Mr. Joel Magbanua of DOTC, Arnel Manresa of DOTC, Natividad Sansolis of DOTC, and myself. And we recommended to immediately resort to bidding a new maintenance contract with a period of 5 years instead of merely an interim one. This is covered by a memorandum. And subsequently, the DOTC resorted to the alternative mode of procuring the services of a maintenance provider as an emergency measure and without public bidding, simply because of the time constraint. On October 2, 2012, or 2 weeks before the expiration of the Sumitomo contract, MRTC wrote DOTC advising that it can no longer assume the responsibility of obtaining an interim maintenance provider due to the short span of time remaining. So, on October 9, 2012, the task force created by the DOTC submitted to Undersecretary Limcauco the terms of reference for the proposed interim service maintenance provider, and he approved the same. And Engineer Narca sent out letters of invitation to 3 prospective contractors. These are TES Philippines Inc., CBNT Philippines Corporation, and MESCOR, and requested them to present their intent to maintain the MRT3 system. And as pointed out by Mr. Bakar, in that negotiation, TES Philippines Inc. or TESP, the primary subcontractor or main general contractor of Sumitomo, proposed a bid of $2 million per month. MESCOR, I don't have the figures here. It is as presented by Mr. Bakar, and CBNT, they propose $1.13 million per month. The results of the preliminary negotiations were summarized into writing, and they were signed by all the members of the team, Natividad Sansolis, Mike Narca, Gina Rodriguez, Mr. Manresa, Mr. Magbanawa, Mr. Eugene Cecilio, and myself. And then the team recommended that the contract be awarded to the joint venture of CBNT and PH Trams through a memorandum dated October 12, which is addressed to back Chairman Lutilia.
So kayo nagrekomenda?
It was the negotiating team. It was a collegial decision by the negotiating team and not solely by myself.
Right. And you didn't choose Sumitomo because?
It was beyond the approved budget for that particular project.
And the approved budget, or because the bid was a little too high, right?
Yes.
So
the
you were
budget, I
instructed
believe,
to
is
get
1.5 million per month, but they were asking for 2 million, and MESCOR submitted a bid of 1.40.
But the 1.5 million per month is the threshold set by sino nagbigay nung ceiling amount?
It was the same amount that was being paid to Sumitomo during the last few extensions.
Okay. Now, Sumitomo, the reason why they increased their fees, did they mention, TESP, why they had to increase their, what is included in their proposal? An overhaul? Because that is the impression, or that was the discussion that they were having. Their proposal actually included not just the maintenance, but the overhaul or the upgrade of certain parts and equipment. Kasi ba't biglang tumaas?
It says here that the proposed maintenance cost is 2 million per month, and that they prefer the payment in US dollars, because one of the items, if I can remember it right, is that the payment will be made in Philippine pesos.
But there's no description of the type of service that they will provide. It's just... Kasi di ba palagi pinag-uusapan, nga, mas mahal yung Sumitomo, pero mas meron silang gagawin na upgrade o kaya overhauling, hindi lamang maintenance.
Let me go through the items that were used in evaluating the bid, Your Honor.
Okay, quickly, go ahead.
First item is the maintenance contract cost of $1.4 million per month without escalation cost. So, all of the 3 bidders agreed to that amount, the ceiling of 1.43, except for Sumitomo, which is 2 million. And then the payment of the maintenance cost is in Philippine currency. The other 2 bidders, MESCOR and ComBuilders, they agreed to that, but Sumitomo preferred it in dollars. The Maintenance provider shall maintain all upgraded and newly installed components such as the signaling, the automatic fare collection system, the CCTVs, and others that may be installed by the DOTC or a third-party provider. And everybody agreed to that. They said yes. And they must maintain at least 6 months supply of fast-moving spare parts at the MRT3 depot stock room subject to inventory by the DOTC. And all of them agreed to that. The interim provider shall ensure the continued operation of the automatic fare collection system, and at their option may upgrade or install a new system at no cost to the government and without effect on the fares.
Okay, now reading all of that, it's clear that Sumitomo, compared to these other two, was not ready to commit because they didn't agree to all of the terms in the conditions for the bid. Now, in your opinion, or based on your findings, did PH Trams provide what they said they would do in their agreement, in the contract? Nabigay ba nila yung 6 months na inventory ng parts, yung mga ganon? Kasi ikaw yung GM, so did you check if they were able to deliver it?
Madam Chair, I talked to the joint venture, not only to PH Trams, not only to CBNT, because the project was contracted to them as a joint venture. So
were you able to find out if they were able to deliver?
I cannot segregate whether it was done by PH Trams or by CBNT because we deal with them as one entity.
Correct, but both of them together, were they able to deliver?
Yes, Your Honor. As far as I could see it, the performance of com builders at the time is comparable and sometimes more superior than what was done by Sumitomo.
So
considering that there were less unloadings at the time and there were less train removals on the track.
When you had the derailment in 2014, who was the maintenance provider then?
I was no longer with the DOTC when the derailment occurred, Your Honor.
Who was the maintenance provider then?
I think it was APT Global.
So wala na dyan yung CBNT. Noong nagkaroon ng 2014 yun, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So in your knowledge, CBNT, you were no longer the maintenance provider at the time. Mr.
Yes,
Roal,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
hindi na kayo yon.
Hindi na po.
Okay. Go ahead. Now, maybe if we can shorten this and you can tell us, so Attorney Vitanggol, para sa kalaman ng ating mga kababayan and for the record, ano ang laman ng kaso na i-file ninyo sa ombudsman? Ano yung aligasyon ninyo doon? Kasi public record naman to, it won't incriminate you. This is the case that you filed. What are you alleging in the case that you filed before the ombudsman?
It's not related to the maintenance, Your Honor. It was related to the procurement of the Dalian cars, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead. Explain that as well, since you're already here. Because we've seen that the problem is also the bureaucracy and politics in how the MRT failures have occurred. So explain to us what was happening with the management that led to all of these problems.
The new trains for the MRT3, no, it arrived when I was no longer with the DOTC. So I never had a chance to see the actual trains. I never had a chance to be a part that evaluated and accepted the trains. And the case that we filed was based on some documentations that we were able to get hold on to. For one, we were able to get copies of the communication between Mr. Eugene Rapanut and Mr. Antonio de Mesa. Both of them are the authorized representatives of Dalian Locomotive and Rolling Stock here in the Philippines, and they were the ones who attended the bidding process, and they were the ones who, I believe, pushed through with the bidding on behalf of Dalian Locomotive. And in their exchange of communications, there was a statement concerning the return of approximately 5% that would be paid off to the officials of the DOTC for the award of the project to Dalian Locomotive.
Teka, pakitagalog nga yung explanation. So, si Rapanot at saka sino yung isa?
Mayroon pong dalawang representante ang Dalian Locomotive and Rolling Stock dito sa Pilipinas, at sila po ang namahala dito po sa pagbibid ng mga bagong bagon, ano? At ito po ay si Mr. Eugene Rapanut at si Mr. Antonio de Mesa. Si Mr. Rapanut po, nagpakilala po ito sa akin na siya ay miyembro ng Liberal Party sa Ilocos. Nung na-award na po sa kanila ang proyekto, na courtesy call po siya sa akin noon during my, I think, May of 2014, bago po ako umalis ng DOTC, at binigyan po niya ako ng kopya ng certification na siya ay miyembro po ng Liberal Party. Ito po ay kasama po dito, naka-attach po dito.
Salamat. Okay, go ahead. Tapos, meron sinasabi kang bibigyan ng 5%? Ano, pakiulit lang yun.
Opo. Mayroon po kami mga nakuhang komunikasyon sa pagitan po ni Mr. Antonio de Mesa at Mr. Eugene Rapanut. At sila po ay nagdidiskusyon kung paano makukuha yung 5% na ibibigay sa mga opisyal ng DOTC.
Sinabi mong opisyal ng DOTC, sino-sino po ang tinuturing ninyo doon?
Hindi po naka-specify doon sa mga communication na yon kung sino po ang bibigyan. Ang nakasulat ng po doon ay high officials of the DOTC.
Now, if you're talking about 5% of the agreement, how much would that translate? Magkano po yung 5%?
That would translate to millions of
In
Dalian.
Dalian, magkano ba? 3.8 billion, di ba?
Your Honor.
To administer an oath and anong
Yon Peralta.
Mr. Perez, nandito po ba kayo? Perhaps he might have
The exact figures.
would give the DO a 5%. Well, if you call it a commission or share.
Yes, Your Honor.
Address to whom?
Between Mr. De Mesa and Mr. Rapanut.
Ano nyo nakuha yun? Oh, never mind.
I can discuss that in an executive session, Your
Okay,
Honor.
go ahead.
But to
Sige.
protect the innocent, I've been
Oo.
a copy, right, an authentic record for that. Because last year, said that it would task its field investigation.
So, okay, going back. Who are you tasking, who are you calling responsible? All of, what are you alleging that they, and
Attention to there were already 243 that went to Dalian, China, way back then. So I that not to Dalian in 2013.
problem for a delegation? Yung parang ganon? Delegasyon na yun. Sa
In
iyong pagkakaalam.
one of the meetings with Dalian, Mr. De Mesa. Dinala MRT3 and is Ellen Naida of MRT3. De Mesa, it came from the mouth of Mr. De Mesa that he brought MRT3 and to give a doon po sa isang namin nakasama. So, yung pong sinasabi ng Rick, ito po si Engineer Rick Inotorio, at ito pong Ellen ay si Miss Ellen Naidas. Pareho po silang division head sa MRT3. So, ang ginawa ko po noon, pagkatapos noon, miniting ko po yung mga pinuno sa MRT3 at tinanong ko po sila, sino-sino sa inyo ang nagpunta sa Dalian at kailangan kong malaman. At pagkatapos nito, ay kailangan ko itong i-report sa DOTC. So, wala pong umamin na nagpunta sila doon. Except one, na ito po si Miss Felina Vergara, at sinabi niya, GM, kasama po ako sa nagpunta doon. 2 delegasyon po kami. So, yun ang nalaman ko na si Felina Vergara ay nagpunta sa Dalian. Pero hindi ito ang
Ito bang
binanggit.
mga dinala doon sa Dalian, may kinalaman ba sila sa pag-aproba ng kontrata? Ano ang kanilang koneksyon? Kunyari, kasama sila sa delegasyon, pumunta sila ng Dalian. Paano sila, paano magiging inappropriate na pumunta sila doon? Ano bang kanilang papel sa pag-aproba ng Dalian?
Hindi ko po masabi ko ano ang naging papel nila, no? Dahil po, katulad po nitong si Ellen Naidas, siya po ang head ng finance ng MRT3, no? Siya po yung pumipirma ng mga nilalabas na binabayaran. At may kasama rin daw po sila na taga-DOTC na kasama sa technical working group na nag-evaluate ng Dalian.
Tama sila sa technical working group na nagbigay ng rekomendasyon?
Na nag-aral po doon sa nung pinapabid ang proyekto para po sa Dalian.
So I guess Attorney Lotilla, Attorney Limcaoca Gonzalez, are these names familiar to you?
I'm sorry, Madam Senator, I can't recall these people, but I'll check the records.
Okay, and is there a head of the technical working group that you dealt with face-to-face on a regular basis?
The technical working group recommends to the bank because they're the ones in charge.
That's right. So who were you speaking with, the technical working group?
Ma'am, again po, let me go back to the records.
Hindi mo na matanda. Something as extensive as that.
Yung normally po, yung engineers po.
So sino yung mga engineers?
I'm sorry, I can't recall offhand.
Did you ever have the opportunity to deal with, let's say, Engineer Buenafe?
That was later po, ma'am, when he became the general manager.
So it no longer the time when you were deciding on the Dahlia negotiation?
Because if I
When did you
recall
come
correct-
in, Engineer Buenafe?
If I recall correctly po, wala pa po si Engineer Buenafe nung time na yun.
January 5, 2015.
And Dalian was awarded in 2014?
Opo.
Okay. So who was the GM at that time? Attorney Vitangol? Yes. Okay, so you're part of the one that recommended Dalian? No. Okay. But you're part of the technical working group, right?
Nagpadala po tayo ng mga engineers po galing po sa MRT3 at sila po ang miyembro po ng technical working group. Nung time na po yan, ako po ay end user. So, hindi po ako kasama sa technical working group.
So, okay, so you did not advise the Bids and Awards Committee with regards to Dalian?
It's the technical working group po.
Okay, go ahead. So ano pang So ano bang naging problema dito sa Dahlia na yun nga sinasabi mo, aside from the impropriety na Mr. De Mesa brought in 2 engineers or 2 members of the DOTC there to Dahlia, China. What else? What else did you see?
Sinabi ko nga po na hindi ko po nakita yung actual na trend na dumating kasi wala na po ako sa DOTC. At nababasa po natin sa media no, na mayroon po mga pagkukulang ang trend. Ang masasabi ko po dyan, nung ginawa po yung terms of reference para dito po sa trends, sinigurado po namin na kumpleto ang mga kailangan. Nandiyan po yung onboard signaling system, nandiyan po yung communication system, and in fact, dinagdagan po natin yan na magkaroon po ng isang train simulator. Ito pong train simulator, bukod po doon sa 48 bagon, magpapadala po dapat din sila ng isang parang bagon, pero hindi po ito tumatakbo, no? Yung pinaka-cockpit ng bagon. Dito po magpa-practice ang mga driver instead na mag-practice sa actual train at relays. So, isinama po namin yan sa terms of reference na kasama po dapat sa i-deliver ng Dalian. Hindi ko po alam kung na-deliver po yung train simulator na yan, pero ito po ay kasama po sa terms of reference.
Ano naman ang naging problema ba sa bidding process sa Dahlia? Nagkaroon ba ng tamang bidding dyan?
Nung ipinabid po ang proyektong yan, meron pong 2 bidder. Ito po ang China North Railways at saka China South Railways. Yung China North Railways, ito po yung Dalian Locomotive and Rolling Stock kasi group of companies po yan. At sa pagkaalam ko po, na disqualify po ang China South Railways dahil po sa isang technicality, hindi po sila nakapag-submit ng Certificate of Reciprocity. Ito po ay isang certificate na kailangan isubmit kung foreign bidder po. Na parang sinasabi na ang bansang pinanggalingan ng bidder at ang Pilipinas ay po pwedeng magkaroon ng trade sa pagitan nilang dalawa.
Dahil ang kumpanya na nag-bid na yon ay foreign company, yun ang sinasabi mo.
Opo, kaya po kailangan ng Certificate of Reciprocity.
So yun lang.
Yun lang po. Yung pong China North Railways ay nakapag-submit po ng the same certificate, but I believe that it should also apply to China South Rail kasi pareho po silang Chinese firm.
Okay, so ano naman ang connection dito ng Inecon? Kasi doon ka nababanggit palagi, di ba?
Opo, doon po. At ito po, gusto po nating linawin yan, katulad po ng nabanggit ni Mr. Bacar, sinasabi po niya na ito pong sina Boy Maralit at sina Mr. De Vera ay malapit sa Inecon. At ang pagkaalam po natin dyan, noong panahon pa po ng 2010, ay mayroon na pong mga negosasyon sa pagitan ng Inecon at ng mga opisyal ng DOTC. Ito po ay gusto po nilang gawing government-to-government deal. Hinahanap ko po yung sulat na ipinadala sa akin ni Undersecretary Rene Limcao po. Mayroon pong pagkakataon na nagpadala ng sulat sa akin si Undersecretary Rene Limcao po. At ito po ay ang sulat ng Mr. George Chauco, at ni Mr. Yorgo Sinakis. Ito po, sinasabi po dun sa sulat na yon na nakipag-usap na sila sa DOTC at sila ay nalulugod na ipagpatuloy ang usapan. So, ang nilagay po doon ni Undersecretary Limcao ko, Al, what are your thoughts on this? Okay? po pwede ko pong ibigay yun sa susunod na pagkakataon. Wala po kasi dito sa papel na hawak ko ngayon. So, doon po sa sulat na yon, sinasabi po doon na nakipag-usap na sila sa mga opisyal ng DOTC sa pag-supply ng mga bagong tren ng MRT3. At ang nangyari po doon, hindi po natin alam kung bakit po nagkaroon ng usapan itong grupo ni na Mr. Manolo Maralit, si Mr. Wilson De Vera, at si Mr. Marlo de la Cruz dito po sa Inicon Group, kasama po ang Czech Ambassador na si Mr. Joseph Rictar. At nag-usap-usap po sila sa bahay po ng Ambassador, doon po sa, hindi ko ma-remember kung taga Dasmariñas Village po siya, o Forbes Park, At nandun po sila. Ako po ay wala doon. At ang sinabi po ng Ambassador, mayroong sinasabi daw si Mr. De Vera sa kanya, na kailangan nilang bayaran para po maibigay sa kanila ang kontrata ng mga bagong bagon.
Madam Chair, doon po sa sinasabi niyong meeting sa Forbes ba yun o sa Dasmariñas, sa bahay ng Czech Ambassador kay Rich Star, wala ho kayo doon?
Wala po ako doon.
Kasi po ang sa nabasa ko sa mga kaso ay kayo daw po ay kasama ni Wilson De Vera na pumunta ron. And yun nga yung storya.
Opo.
And you were demanding $30 million.
Opo.
Pakiklaro nga po yan.
Ito po ang ipinalabas sa media. Okay? I was demonized before the media. Pero, dali lang po. Papatayin ko lang po yung telepono ko. Ito po ay, nag-imbestag na po ang NBI dito, At napakaganda nga po ng ginawa ng NBI. Inimbitahan po ng NBI ang lahat ng mga personalidad na konektado dito, Ako po ay nagpunta ron ng 2 beses. Una, in-interview nila ako. Pangalawa, nagbigay po ako ng aking salaysay. At pagkatapos po, inimbitahan din po nila dito sina Wilson De Vera, sina Manolo Maralit, sina Marlo de la Cruz, si Mr. Jose Rodriguez, at mayroon pa silang ibang inimbita na hindi ko na...
Teka muna, so Marlo de la Cruz na naman, kasama na naman siya dito sa negotiation dapat with Inecon.
Opo.
At itong si De Vera, kasama rin ito dito nga sa maintenance.
Opo.
Doon din siya sa Inecon. May kinalaman din ba itong mga ito sa Dalian?
Hindi ko po alam.
Okay.
At pagkatapos po nun, ay nag-imbestiga nga ang NBI, At nagpunta rin itong mga ahente ng NBI sa MRT3 depot. Tinignan nila ang setup ng opisina ko at nag-interview din sila ng mga tao doon. Ito po ay naganap mga bandang November to December of 2013. At pagkatapos po nun, ay balikan po muna natin yung sinasabi ni tinatanong po ni Senator JB,
We are asking this to give the chance to clarify also or to clear your name.
Opo. Wala po tayo sa bahay ni Ambassador. Ang nandun po, na nakita ko rin po kasi yung mga salaysay na ibinigay nila sa NBI, Ang nandun po ay si Mr. De la Cruz, si Mr. Maralit, si Mr. De Vera, at si Mr. Sinakis. Okay? Pero yung pong pangalan ni Mr. Sinakis, nagtataka po tayo, doon po sa mga news item, hindi po lumalabas. Pero nandun daw po siya.
Madam Chair, if you may ano lang, kasi po ang nag-akusa sa inyo, kung di nagkakamali, yung Czech Ambassador mismo.
Opo.
Si Rich Star mismo. And Madam Chair, being an ambassador, being a diplomat, I don't think he will risk, his name because he is representing the country that for which he is a diplomat or an ambassador for that matter, So medyo may kabigatan ho ito na akusasyon coming from an ambassador because I don't think he will act swiftly or abruptly na mag-iingat ito kasi you are representing your country.
So apparently the ambassador met with you and you made those stories.
Hindi ba? Ganito po yung istorya niyan, Mas maganda po sana, mabasa niyo po talaga yung statement ni Ambassador. At mismo doon po sa statement ni Ambassador, sinasabi po niya na si Mr. Rivera, habang kausap nila, ay palabas-labas at may tinatalawakan sa telepono. And, ang sabi ni Ambassador, I assume it was Mr. Bitangkol.
There was no direct statement about talking to you.
Ayun po ang totoo. Doon po sa mismong salisa niya, sinabi niya na I assumed it was Mr. Bitangkol who Mr. Rivera was talking to. And dinagdag pa niya doon, Mr. Rivera acted as if he is the liaison of Mr. Bitangkol. So, yung pong ginawa ni Mr. Rivera doon, ay wala po akong kinalaman, subalit nagbigay po siya ng impresyon sa Czech ambassador na siya ay nagsasalita para sa akin. Ang katotohanan po nun, hindi ko po siya kilala prior na maging maintenance provider sila ng MRT3 at ito po ay sinasabing nangyari noong July of 2012. Pero kung titingnan po natin ang mga nangyari, medyo taliwas po yun. Kasi noong July of 2012, na sinasabi nilang nangyari itong attempted na extortion, inilabas lang po nila ang istorang ito 1 year after, July 2013. Nung ang mga taong ito po ay nakipag-partner na po sa CBNT. So, ang nababasa po natin dito ay nagkasira ang mga taong ito at si Ambassador at ang Indicon. Dahil ito po mga ito ay nakipag-partner up with Com Builders and Technology.
Yung partnering up nila with com builders is not for the procurement of trains, it's for the maintenance contract, correct?
Opo. Pero kung mababasa niyo rin po yung pahayag ni Ambassador, binanggit din po yan doon yung maintenance na sinabi niya na ang pagkaalam niya ay yung maintenance ay sila rin ang gagawa. Pero ang nangyari, hindi pala ito maia-award sa kanila dahil in-award na sa ibang entity. So nandun po yung conflict ng mga statement ni Ambassador.
So sa iyong kaso na isinampa sa ombudsman, para makapunta na tayo sa dulo, sino ba ang sa tingin mong may mga pananagutan dito? Banggitin mo yung mga pangalan ng mga sa tingin mo may pananagutan.
Unang-una po.
At ano ang pananagutan nila?
Unang-una po, sino po ba ang nag-aproba ng kontrata?
Ito, linawin natin. Anong kontrata? Dalian.
Sa Dalian po,
Okay. So sinasabi mo, mali ang pag-aproba ng kontrata sa Dalian dahil?
Ito po ay naging manifestly disadvantageous to the government and to the people. Bakit po nangyari ito? Dahil yan dyan po ang mga bagon ng tren, na hindi po nagagamit at pagkatapos po ay gagastos pa ang pamahalaan para mapatakbo yan. At hindi lang po yan, sa bawat isang araw po na hindi po natin nagagamit yan, nawawala po yung supposedly papasok na revenues sa pamahalaan. Dahil ang unang-una pong objektibo ng capacity expansion ay para damihan ng tren at mas marami pong maserbisyohang mga kababayan natin.
Okay, so yung una, ito ay disadvantageous or hindi nakakabuti sa gobyerno at sa atin. Okay. Yung pangalawa, ano pang dahilan? Meron bang anomalya sa pagpasok sa kasunduan nito na nakita mo?
Doon po sa i-final na reklamo po ng tatlong NGO, ito po yung United Filipino Consumers and Commuters, ang Anti-Travel Movement of the Philippines, at ang Liga ng Eksplosibong Pagbabago. Nag-file po kami ng kaso laban po dito sa mga dating opisyal ng DOTC dahil nga po diyan sa nangyaring yan na yung mga pinrocure na tren ay unusable. At diyan po sa i-final namin kasong yan, hindi po kasama diyan na sinasabing meron po kasing provision, no, doon sa batas, no, na nakasulat doon, if an official entered into a contract on behalf of the government which is grossly disadvantageous to the government, the officer will be liable whether he profit from it or not. So kahit po walang perang involved, no? Basta nakapag-approve po ng isang kontrata ang isang opisyal ng pamahalaan at ito po ay napatunayang disadvantageous to the government, liable na po ang opisyal. So yun po ang basis ng pangalawang complaint na i-file nitong mga...
Sino yung mga
NGOs.
pangalan na nilagay niyo doon?
Ito po, inilagay po natin yan si dating Secretary Jun Abaya dahil siya po yung ultimate approving authority, no?
Sino ba?
Kasama rin yun po si dating back chairman ng DOTC, si Undersecretary Lutilia, being the head of the back. At yung pong 4 na back members, at yung pong mga miyembro ng evaluation team na nag-accept po ng mga bagon dahil bakit po i-accept, eh kulang-kulang yung part
Sino
of
to?
the-
Si Engineer Buenafe ba kasama dyan?
Kasama po siya doon at
Okay.
kasama rin po si Engineer Deo Manalo.
Ngayon, dun sa alam ninyong naging response ng ombudsman, sino lang doon sa iyong i-file ang nakasuhan?
Hindi po inaaktuhan ng ombudsman yung complaint na yun. Ito po ay pending pa po sa ombudsman.
Pending pa rin yon. So ngayon, ikaw pala nakakasuhan kasi nga isa yan sa mga naging rekomendasyon ng ombudsman eh. Kasama ka doon pero hindi kasama sila Secretary Abaya, tama ba?
Iba po yung kaso eh. Hindi po, yung pong ikinaso po sa akin ay wala pong connection sa Dalian. Yung pong ikinaso sa akin ay dito po sa ginawang panghihingi ni Mr. Wilson de Vera na inassume nila na ako daw po ang nag-utos kay Wilson de Vera.
So doon sa kasong i-file ninyo, wala pang aksyon ng ombudsman?
Wala po, Madam
Pero
Chair.
pinangako nga nila sa'yo na iimbestigahan pa nila.
Opo.
Okay, so doon pa lang yung status. Okay, ngayon, kay Attorney Dennis Santiago, no? Kasi kayo po yung sa Government Procurement Policy Board. Pag yung isang contract, nakita natin na pinasukan ng gobyerno na nalalagay sa alanganin tayo sa gobyerno at yung ating mga kababayan, sino bang accountable dito at ano ba dapat ang accountable ba dito? Yung Bids and Awards Committee, yung Technical Working Group, yung Head of Agency, sino po ba? Katulad dito, sabihin na natin disadvantageous yung kontrata na pinasok sa maintenance providers, pati na rin sabihin natin sa Dalian, sino po dapat ang managot dyan?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I believe, Madam Chair, the law cited is Republic Act 3019 insofar as contracts that are disadvantageous to government, or entering into contract that is disadvantageous to government. That this is the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. Under the Government Procurement Reform Act or RA 9184, the persons who are involved in the procurement would be the Bids and Awards Committee members. It depends whether they will include the technical working group. It depends on the recommendation of the TWG, if there is one, because TWG need not be created, Madam Chair, if the Bids and Awards Committee are already capacitated. So, could be the back, could be the end user. Under the current rule, Madam Chair, the end user who crafted out the technical specifications can be included. And of course, the head of the procuring entity as the one approving the ensuing contract for the project, Madam Chair.
Would the Secretary be held accountable as well?
Madam Chair, based on the pieces of evidence presented, it may happen, Madam Chair.
Okay. Now, you were mentioning something about the end user who made the specifications. In your knowledge of the Dalian contract, who made the specification? Are you privy to that?
Madam Chair, this
Okay,
this
the Bids
project
and
did not
Awards
pass to us.
Committee, obviously this was submitted to you. Who will be the end user? Who made the specifications for this?
In the case of the Dalian trains, Madam Senator, the end user would be the MRT3. So the end user would be the one providing basically what they require, because the system is that the end user should go before the bank and say, these are the things that we need to procure.
So who submitted to you? Name the person who submitted to you the requirements that they need.
Madam Senator, at the time, if my if the records are correct, the end user was headed by J.M. Bitangkol at that time as the general manager of MRT3.
Okay, so that includes not just the purchase of the Dalian trains, but also the maintenance.
Let me make a correction, Madam Chair. With respect to the Busan contract, Attorney Bitangkol was no longer.
No, we're talking about the others like PH trams.
With respect also to the Busan contract, I was no longer with government when at the time the contract was awarded.
Okay, so Attorney Lim Cauco for Busan, who was the end user?
MRT3.
Okay, so who was the general manager at that time? That would be General Manager Buenafe?
Roman Buenafe.
Okay. Alright. So, sa inyong palagay, Attorney Dennis, kasama yung mga end users dito sa maaaring maging may responsibilidad?
Madam Chair, that's possible because if a complaint is filed against an individual, against a government official, I believe that as per the rules, they will implead all necessary party and indispensable parties. So, maaari hong masama yung end user, and of course the Bids and Awards Committee, who is the selection committee, and then of the one who signs the contract, the ensuing contract for the project, Madam Chair.
So bumalik tayo sa Busan, sinong pumirma ng kontrata kasama ng Busan? Ang general manager kayo, Mr. Buenafe, so sinong nag-approve niya?
Meron pong hope nun, yung head of procuring entity na si Yusek Edwin Lopez pa.
Sino?
Yusek Edwin Lopez, siya po yung hope nun.
Yung alin?
Hope,
Anong ibig sabihin?
head of procuring entity.
So siya yung head of procuring entity. Pero ang nag-approve nito, yung secretary pa rin. Yung pumasok sa kontrata kasama yung
Wala po,
Busan.
sa recollection ko po, wala po si Secretary Abaya dun sa kontrata.
So sino yung mga nakipagkasunduan?
Yun po yung hope.
Mhm.
Tapos, hindi ko masyadong kabisado yung mga pumirma na. Ang naalala ko lang yung hope. Baka pwede akong humingin tulong kay Ma'am CPG.
There was a bids and awards committee headed by Asek Camille Alcaraz, and there was a negotiating team to negotiate.
Please,
It was headed by Undersecretary Lim Calco, and there was also a technical working group. I forget who headed that group, and there was the head of the procuring entity, which was Yusek Edwin Lopez, and that's basically it.
Okay. It seems to me that you put so much weight on the technical working group to be able to come up with your decision on the approval. But you don't even remember the representative of the technical working group? Hindi niyo naalala kung sino yun? Yung decision ng technical working group ang nagbigay sa inyo ng dahilan para aprobahan ng isang transaksyon. Hindi niyo matandaan ang kausap ninyo doon? Ay, nako. Yeah. Okay. Siguro, bumalik na lang tayo dito muna sa Buri, Hihingin ko yung independent consultant, si Miss Belen. Okay. Masasabi ba ninyo na yung mga trains ngayon ay safe namang sakyan? Siguro yun din yung gusto malaman ng ating mga kababayan kasi baliwala naman lahat itong desisyon na ito, kung diskusyon na ito, kung wala namang garantiya ng ganon.
Madam Chair, I think Yusek Chavez would be better to answer on the safety because
Wait, hold on. Ma'am, you are a consultant of the MRT3, correct? So you assess these things and you give recommendations. May I ask what company you're connected with and what your qualifications are to be an independent consultant?
ma'am, I'm part of UICI, Seoul Metro, Dong-il, JF Kancho, JV. We
Okay, this company is incorporated where? What is the technical expertise of this company?
Technical expertise, ma'am, is to do audit on operation and maintenance and projects on railway.
And it's a company in the Philippines or?
It's a joint venture formed here in the Philippines.
But their members are from what country also?
Seoul Metro is from Korea. UICI is a Filipino company. Dong-il is a Korean company. JF Kancho is a Philippine company.
Okay. Why was there a bidding done to be able to procure the services of this consulting company?
Ma'am, as of the time of the bidding or the procurement process, I was not yet on board in the JV, but I think DOTR can answer on that.
Somebody from DOTR, bakit natin kinailangan kumuha ng independent? Hindi, nakikita ko na maaari makatulong to, no? Pero bakit tayo merong isang independent company na mag-audit o consultant? Ano bang function nila sa inyo?
Madam Chair, Your Honors, nag-start po itong idea na magkaroon po tayo ng consultant for MRT3 is from the very beginning ho. Magmula po nung ipinatayo ang MRT3, meron ho tayong consultant ho dyan, yung Sistra. This is a French company na from the very beginning ho sila yung nag-design ng construction at saka yung basic planning ho ng ating MRT3 system. But somewhere along the line, natanggal ho sila, na putulo yung kanilang kontrata. So nung naputulo nila yung kontrata, there was an effort naman po na kumuha ng consultant para naman dun ho sa ating procurement ng train. Yung itong Dalian, supposedly yung bidding nung Dalian train, supposedly meron ho tayong consultant ho doon. Kaya lang hindi ho ito na bid kaagad until such time na naumpisan na ho yung bidding ng procurement ng train. At the same time ho, nawalan din ho tayo ng parang general consultant for MRT3 kasi sabi ko nga kanina, nawala na ho yung Sistra. So meron ho kaming pondo at that time sa MRT3 na around mga 50 million. Supposedly, yung pondo na yun is pang consultant lang doon sa procurement ng tren na mangyayari. Kaya lang, nakita rin ho namin yung pangangailangan na dapat magkaroon din ho tayo ng talagang general consultant for the whole system, yung MRT3. So we decided po, at that time, the OTR, naka-assign ho ako at that time sa MRT3, na magkaroon ho tayo ng bidding for a consultant, hindi lang para doon ho sa procurement ng tren, kasi ongoing naman ho na yung project, kundi as a general consultant po ng MRT3 system. So, nagkaroon ho kami ng bidding. Unfortunately, yung unang bidding ho, if I recall, mga dalawa ho yung sumali, pare-pareho silang na-disqualified kasi ang requirement po natin, yung qualification na number 1 na kailangan po natin is dapat meron silang track record sa isang gumagana na system. So, ibig sabihin, nagkaroon ka na ng experience para maging consultant sa isang operating na system. Unfortunately, yung dalawa na sumali, ang kanilang bigay na track record is para sa bagong system. Naging consultant ho sila pero para sa design at saka construction ng bagong rail system. So disqualified po sila. Kailangan ho natin kasi umaandar na ho yung qualification. So, nagkaroon ho tayo ng failure, nag-rebid na naman ho kami. So this time, dalawa na naman or tatlo yata yung sumali. If I recall, yung dalawa ho doon na-disqualify na naman for the same reason. Yun ho kanilang experience na finorward or sinabit during the bidding refers to the construction of a new railway system. Ang requirement po namin is consultant ka sa isang gumagana na system. And ito nga ho, nanalo ho itong grupo ng Seoul Metro. Ito ho yung operator ng subway ho sa Seoul, Korea. In partnership with Dongil, ito ho yung isang construction company naman sa Korea. Yun naman pong UICI is a consulting firm naman po dito sa Pilipinas on construction. And then
Yung
yung
UICI, ilang taon na yan incorporated?
mga 10 years na po siguro. Marami rin ho silang kontrata sa DPWH.
So matagal na rin sila
Yes po,
dyan.
opo. And then yung pang-apat po nilang partner is GF Cancho. Isa rin ho na marami na hong track record pagdating ho sa railway project. In fact, sila rin ho yung consultant natin doon sa North Extension Project.
Magkano yung binabayad nyo sa kanila?
Madam Chair, yun pong, if I recall, yung kanilang kontrata is around mga 50 million lang po.
Okay, 50
For
million.
2 years.
For 2 years.
Actually, napakaliit po nun kasi ang based doon sa standard ho, dapat for a 2-year contract, halos mga 300,000 ho dapat. Pero this time, tipid na tipid po yan. So hanggang 50 million lang po yung budget natin.
No, exactly. But ano yung scope ng kanilang kontrata is to evaluate the performance of the trains, general, pati yung,
Very general
pati
po.
yung administrative processes ng MRT.
Hindi
Ganun
po.
ba yan?
More on, if I recall po, maintenance, maggagawa po sila ng, magko-comment po sila doon sa ating maintenance procedure, magre-recommend nila kung kailangan may palitan. And then, on safety, they will review ho yung ating mga safety procedure. And then, magre-recommend ho sila kung may kailangan palitan dito. And then, number 3, yung implementation po ng Dalian contract. Kung tama ba na yung implementation ng paggawa ng mga tren is naaayon doon sa kontrata, kasama po yun.
So ano yung findings nila? Pakisabi nga briefly, meron ba silang findings dito sa Buri? O wala? Hindi
Madam
kasama
Chair,
yun?
better ho siguro na sila ho ang
Okay,
sumagot.
findings on Buri, findings on Dalian, and then you couldn't answer categorically on the safety of the trains. Perhaps you don't want to assume that liability, but tell me about your findings based on your audit.
Madam Chair, can I show a short presentation?
Sure, this is what you were going to present earlier. Yes, go ahead. Will
I would like to present a short report on the investigations or assessment of the recent major incidents. Recently, there were 4 major incidents. On April 17 was the smoke emission from a train due to gearbox oil. April 18 was a derailment along North Avenue station on the reverse track. April 30, there was a derailment inside the depot. And 14th of May, there was another derailment also inside the depot. On the derailment that occurred at the North Avenue station on the reverse track, yun po yung kung saan lumilipat po yung from the northbound lane going to southbound. Yun po yung tinatawag po nating reverse track. As you can see, Bogey C, yung 3rd bogey po, ang actually na na-derail, meaning Bogey A, 1st, 2nd, and 4th bogey are all on track, except yung 3rd bogey. said derailment was caused by certain major parts. Cardan shaft, gearbox, torsion rod. And as you can see, when we did our investigation, actually visual investigation on the track itself along the viaduct, we have discovered that certain parts have been detached from the train, under the train. Isa po, ang nag-umpisa po doon is yung screw nuts, yung bearing assembly, needle bearing assembly, yung pinaka-cardan shaft po niya, which eventually caused yung pinaka-rod po niya, yung yung torsion rod, and yung gearbox na to hit the pavement para ma-derail yung bogie. So, yun po ang nangyari doon. And it actually dragged along for another 50 meters and stopped just before the said train reached the North Avenue station. So as you can see po, it started, tinamaan po niya is yung wayside signaling, grounding cables, yung mga stoppers ng mga parang switch or yung parang crossing.
Bakit palagi na nangyayari ang derailment sa may bandang depot, no? Ay, di mabuti na rin yon dahil walang pasahero. Pero bakit, sa tingin mo?
Ma'am, we did aside from our visual inspection, we also did a check on the daily inspection reports filled up or being done by the maintenance provider. Based on our findings, we did a sampling of those daily inspection reports 15 days prior to the said derailment of April 18. So, ma'am, if you could see specifically on cardan shaft, from April 4 to April 6, there are actually records on the daily inspection report that show certain faults. Yung coding po na X means minor fault, double X is for monitoring, triple X means for immediate replacement. So kung makikita po natin from April 4, 5, 6, may mga notation po ang maintenance provider na meron silang na-detect na minor fault. Pagdating po ng April 7, some of those faults, minor faults, escalated to for monitoring. On April 8, no record of daily inspection, so we assumed meron po silang ginawang maintenance on the said train na na-derail. On April 9 to 11, again, meron pong mga notation of minor fault. April 17, meron din po. And then, April 18, said derailment occurred. As you can see, ma'am, this is the actual. Yung previous slide po simply shows a summary. But this one is the actual daily inspection report being filled out by Pusan. The actual reports are too general in nature. It does not actually show what are the specifics on the said minor fault and what was actually done. This is a sample of April 3. And as you can see, we also showed that of the gearbox. Yung bawat linya po dyan sa left side column, yan po yung all trains na in-inspect po nila for the day. So if you can see, halos bawat isa po, meron pong fault. The problem is hindi po nila nilagay ano yung fault.
So, ang sinasabi mo, dapat na iwasan ito kung ginawa nila yung tamang maintenance? Yung pinapakita mo sa aking mga sira kanina?
Yes po.
Okay. Um, Busan.
Thank you.
Attorney, they're alleging that you didn't perform the proper maintenance work. That's why the derailment occurred. Would you like to?
Opo. Can I also take this opportunity to answer? Uy, sorry. Sorry. Both si Georgette at saka yung mga comments ni the Good Undersecretary Chavez kanina po. First of all, good afternoon to the good senators, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator JV, the Vice Chair. Sorry po. And my partners, our partners in government service, the government, and my fellow resource persons. Number one, we would like to place on the record we have already related this to the government, our protest against the audit of the audit group dun sa Busan, because actually Georgette Belen, who is representing the present audit group, also represented a competitor of Busan during the bidding for this same project.
Who's the competitor?
Corail po.
Huh?
Corail.
Co-rail.
Apo, si Georgette din ang nag-represent ng Corail noon.
Okay,
So,
Georgette,
we are under...
Before you proceed, attorney, no?
Opo.
I would like to know your qualifications, Miss Georgette. Why are you the representative of the consultant here? Are you an engineer?
No, ma'am. Actually, our experts are here. They're Koreans.
So you are?
Just the program head who actually coordinates and ensures that the scope of work and deliverables are actually met.
Okay. Are you?
So,
so what is your expertise? You're in communications. What is it?
Expertise actually, ma'am,
You're the program director
yes.
of this company. How long
Not
have you been?
director, ma'am. Program head.
How long have you been a program head of this company?
I joined UICI Seoul Metro JV October of last year.
And before that, you were working for?
We did have a rail replacement project in Line 1. I was the program head as well.
With what company?
Korea Railroad Corporation.
Was this the one that went against Busan?
Technically, no, ma'am.
Why is it technically?
We did not submit our bid. We actually withdrew prior to bid submission.
And why did you do that?
On our opinion, the project was actually too risky.
Okay. And so after that, since you didn't win the award, you moved to another company?
Not really, we did not win. We did not
that you
fully
didn't participate.
Yes.
So since there was no contract with this, you moved to?
They hired me September to October.
And when did they win this consulting contract?
The other year. That was around. We were negotiating December 2015.
No, not Busan. This consulting company.
Madam Chair, if I recall, they started 2015. The award was around December.
December, and you joined them. December 2015.
Yes.
And you joined them.
October 2016, ma'am.
2016?
Yes po.
Okay, go ahead. So, Attorney Mercado.
Still, no, we submitted our formal protest of the audit because it is appearing that the performance of Busan is being audited by a competitor, no? Never, regardless of what Georgette says, Georgette really represents, and actually siya yung umiikot dun sa depot sometimes, no? And secondly, in the coordination meeting last week, no, we have this anomalous situation of an audit group that does not have a rolling stock expert. They admitted to the MRT3 in a coordination meeting last week that they don't have a rolling stock expert in country. No? In fact, that is one of the reasons why the approval of the MRT3 management can confirm this. No? They admitted that they don't have a rolling stock expert present in country, and that is one of the reasons why the approval of the submission of our GO has been delayed for 6 weeks. Ma'am, can I finish?
Okay.
Ah, ah, third, yung sinasabi niya na cardan shaft, although we have a different position regarding what happened in the derailment, it was actually the brace hanger and not the cardan shaft. The issue regarding the cardan shaft remains unresolved as of 19 April 2017. Yung kasi there is a discussion who should on which party should shoulder the cost involved in the cardan shaft, yung replacement. So the issue regarding the cardan shaft, who will have to shoulder the cost for the replacement of the cardan shaft, no, is still unresolved. Tapos ma'am, let me move also to some of the, if I may be allowed, no, sometime bibilisan ko lang ito mga partners ko, no. Regarding the rail grinding, yung 40,000 meters po, Yusek, no? 40,000 meters, 40,000 odd meters. And you were supposed to have completed only 39,000 odd, and with a balance of 1,141. They were referring to automatic rail grinding. Kasi if you, dun sa whole route, you cannot use the automatic rail grinding machine for the portions where there are switches. And ito yung 1,141 meters. Pero nevertheless, itong 1,141 meters, my good Yusek can also explain this, no? Ang ginawa namin, manual grinding. Kasi hindi mo nga magagamit yung automatic rail grinding. Pero we completed the rail grinding from North Avenue to Taft Avenue. Most of them using the automatic rail grinding machine, and dun sa portion of the switches, we used the manual grinding. Pero we completed, and we have submitted a bill for that. Yung sa rail replacement na 7,200, we completed that also. No, kaya lang it is our position that there should be systematic replacement of the rails already. There has been a budget long ago for this, and I'm sure USEC as head of the BAC has been moving heaven and earth to complete this project. Kasi po, under our contract, no, when we made the inspection, before we assumed operations, sabi namin masama talagang condition ng rails. No? So, may nailagay na proviso sa contract namin na for all glitches that arise out of the condition of the rails, you will not be penalized. Nasa contract po namin yon, no? So, pagka nagkaroon ng glitch na arising from the condition of the rails, exempted kami. Dapat hindi kami nabiblame, no? We will not be penalized until such time as the rail replacement project is completed, and we hope that will be completed soon po, no? Para wala nung nagsisisihan. Tapos yung sorry, you said, no? You said your efforts improve the procurement efforts. Your efforts improved our efforts, no? Kasi po ganito, nung third quarter, kaya lang naman nagdatingan yung mga parts ng third and fourth quarter because we issued the POs in the first and second quarters. There was lead time for the manufacturers, okay? There was lead time for the manufacturers to produce the items, and they got delivered in the third and fourth quarter. Tumaas ang procurement namin. Pero if you look at the POs were issued in the first and second quarters. Most of our POs nag-start doon. So you can claim credit, but you will also claim credit for the reality that we made the orders early. Tapos, yung insistence nila that our contract is subject to BOQ. Unfortunately, it is not the nature of our contract. Our contract, mainly because of different reasons, the condition of the tracks, hindi na GO, nung time ng Sumitomo, hindi sila nag-complete ng yearly rail grinding nung time ng Sumitomo. Lahat yon ang sabi namin, nag-negotiate kami, and they were granted, the nature of our contract is lump sum. Yun ang position po namin. Although it disputes the position of the Office of the Good Undersecretary, our position is our contract is lump sum. There is a defined threshold and condition during which we will be penalized. Yun yung in the first 10 months, 12 trains. At the 11th month, na-kick in yung threshold of penalty, 18 trains. And we exceeded that. No? On the average, pinakita namin last hearing na nag-increase naman talaga yung train availability namin. Sir, no? So, talagang pinipiloso mo lang kami. No, for example, no? Nung billing 9, no? Dalawa yung 15 million, no? Allow me to present my position also, Yusek, no? Nung billing 9, 15 million nung we need hold sa amin. In fact, nung one meeting, the good undersecretary assured me, no, Charles, kaya ang ginamit ko withhold. Kasi hindi yan deduction. Remember that? Pag na-submit nyo lang yung mga documentation required for that, babayad namin sa inyo lahat. Okay? So, yung billing 9, for example, 15 million, 7 million of that, na-submit na namin yung documentation na required of us. Pero hinihintay pa rin namin yung bayad, Yusek eh. That was September 2016. Doon naman sa 8 million, may dispute kami. No, ito yung 8 million na hindi daw namin binili sa procurement plan namin kasi we made adjustments according to section 1.5. Pero binangga namin doon yung binili namin na wala doon sa plan, which is worth 11 million. Sobra pa. Pero ayaw nyo kami bayaran. No? Let me finish po kasi you were uninterrupted kanina. No? Yung billing 10, na-submit na namin lahat ng documentation. That was October to November. Pero hindi pa rin kami binabayaran. No? Ang total na ng due for payment sa amin is already 193 million. No? Siguro naman kung I'm sure all the lawyers here will remember the civil code provision on reciprocal obligations, no? Para namang there is a concerted effort to force us to fail. Ito lang yung sadness namin, no? Yusek, no? Georgette, no? It appears that there is a concerted effort to make us fail, even if we're delivering the required train availability under our contract. Kasi 193 million na yung hindi binabayad sa amin. Pag submit namin yung the next two billings, it will already be 302 million. Okay? So, ang last na gusto kong i-clarify, Madam Chair, kasi napapag-usapan kanina, who is liable for yung ibang contracts? Parang na-mention yung pagka-issue ng contract namin, no? Please, let me clarify for everybody's information, wala kaming case na naka-file against us. No case has been filed against Busan.
I still have a few questions for you, Attorney, but before that, Attorney Limcauco, you were part of the negotiating team that recommended to the DOTC the awarding to Buri, right? Yes. Was this a lump sum contract or did you require a detailed bill of quantities? Or a breakdown of where the amount was spent?
You remember? Ma'am, I think it was a mix.
It was what?
There's train availability, and if I recollect, I may be mistaken, also certain KPIs that they have to meet in order to be paid.
Okay. Because perhaps in your tenure at the DOTC, this is probably one of the largest contracts you entered into, correct? At 2.8 billion. Oh, I'm sorry, 1.9 billion. Magkano ito? Yung Busan, 3.8? Yung bid. Okay. Okay.
Yes, it's large.
Okay, so you don't remember the lump sum amount if there's a detailed quantity, bill of
I
quantity?
think I remember it was more on they have to meet performance specifications like train availability, breakdowns, etc. etc.
Attorney Cabrera, nung bago kayo, kasi nung nag-umpisa yung kontrata ng Buri, binabayaran sila ng buo nung nakaraang administrasyon. Walang bawas-bawas sa kanilang maintenance contract, tama?
Madam Chair, hindi po kami aware, wala ko kaming kwan doon sa 1 to 8. But when I was engaged na ho ulit sa MRT3, ang unang ni-review ko is billing number 9. And of course, in reviewing billing number 9 po nila, I have to go back doon sa bid documents. And ito ho yung nakita ko.
Okay.
Na
So,
kailangan po ng bill of quantities. Ayan po. Yan ho yung
So,
mismong...
meron talaga, may
meron po, yan po.
requirement.
Yan po yung mismong...
Ayun. So, Attorney Mercado, kayo po ba, billing 1 to 8, kompleto yung pagbayad sa inyo?
Less VAT, Your Honor.
Yun lang, less VAT.
Opo.
But no deductions like the 15
Meron din po
million.
penalties kasi kuminsan if you fall below the...
May I?
Go ahead.
Yung first 8 billings, hindi nila buo nakukuha kasi yung conveyance, ginagawa pa nun, so naka-less yun. Conveyance would be elevators and escalators. No? Plus yung VAT, tinatanggal sa kanila. So hindi nila buo nakukuha yung month 1 to month 8. Tapos to my recollection, ang basis for payment sa Busan is compliance. Hindi mo gusto yung word, no? Or yung measure of KPI, dapat tamaan nila. From month 1 to month 9, meron KPI, excuse me. Hindi pwedeng walang KPI. Meron 12 trains available kada peak hour dapat sa main line. No? Tapos dating ng month 10, which was November or October, o November, 11th month, doon magkikick in yung KPI na dapat meron 18 trains available kada peak hour. Nung November po, wala na ako.
So yung KPI, they weren't able to meet it all the time? At the time you were there? Yung 18 trains for peak hours, yung mga ganon?
Wala na ako, ma'am, nung nag-KPI ng 18, pero nung KPI
Nung
ng 12,
12?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sino nagbigay ng bagong standard na 18? Bakit naging 18 from 12? GM Vitangot.
Originally, ma'am, the number of trains, that should be placed on the main line during peak hours, it should be 18, at least 18 to 20, and during off-peak hours, around 16.
So bakit ninyo binabaan ng 12?
That's the big question mark,
Oo nga.
Madam Chair.
GM Bonafé.
Ma'am, ulitin ko muna yung sa sagot ni GM Bitangkol. Yung 18 trains, since Sumitomo time, yun na yung KPI at peak hour. Ang decision dun sa 12 trains, at nandito si Director Deo, dahil yung ang ordering ng spare parts, hindi po yan parang tindahan sa Raon. Alam niyo na po.
Alam na nga natin, hindi talaga
Yun nga
tindahan
po.
sa Raon. Kaya nga binibigyan kayo ng
Opo.
lead time.
Ang
Sinabi
lead
ni
time
Yusek
po,
Chavez.
6
Oo.
to 8 months po ang procurement.
It can
So,
be done. Okay.
6 to 8 months po ang lead time ng procurement. Meron items po, aabot pa ng mga 10 months to 12 months. No?
So because they weren't able to order parts on time, you had to lessen
No, ma'am.
the number of trains.
They started January 2016. If they were only awarded on that month, expect them to make their orders also on January 2015. If you count, sabi mo ng 10 months, that's arrival of parts would be November of 2015.
So therefore, yes, I understand
Kasi
what
ma'am,
you're saying kasi bagong pasok pa
may
lang sila.
material requisition program, yung sinasabi nga kanina ni Yusek Chavez din, hindi, yun yung sinasabi ko, hindi yan parang raon, pabili nga ng traction motor, andyan na yung traction motor. So meron kang lead time. And yung 10 months, ang naging decision doon was for them to build up on their orders and arrival of these spare parts.
Because perhaps what is being indicated here was that the maintenance provider prior to them didn't keep stock of anything. Zero inventory siguro. Kasi walang naiwan, tama ba? Kasi otherwise, bakit starting from zero tayo dito?
Ma'am, ganito po, ano? First of all, I would like to point out that when we assume our operation contract, there were only 40 operational cars. Sinabi na namin last hearing po ito. 40 divided by 3 is only 13 trains with 1 extra car, no? Kaya nila binaba yung KPIs for the first 10 months to 12 lang. In fact, during the pre-bidding conference, I remember, tinanong lahat ng 5 groups present, anong gusto nyo? 12 months na ang ang threshold ng penalty. 12? All the others said yes. Kami lang nagsabi ng 10 months, okay na po sa amin. You can kick in the higher threshold sa amin sa 11th month.
Okay, so sir, right now, how many trains?
Ang problema naman po before yung nauna sa amin, no? Ang problema nila, I think, yun nga po yung sinasabi kanina ni Yusek, na pag short term ang contract mo, nahihirapan ka ng mag-stock up on parts. Kasi yung mga suppliers at saka manufacturers don't want to give you preference dahil nagkakaroon ka ng wala kang assurance that in the next month you will still have your contract.
Teka muna, so Yusek Chavez, ano na ngayon ang KPI ninyo? Ilan trains for peak hours?
Liliwanagin ko ho ang KPI. Ang KPI ho ay hindi 13, hindi ho 18. Ang KPI ho ay 60 na bagon. Key performance indicator, 60 ang requirements sa kanila.
So 60 divided by 3.
Ang sinasabi ho nila is that penalty threshold. Ang penalty threshold kaya wag kong i-interchange kasi nagkakamali yung pag sinabing KPI, it's 60.
So we're talking about 20 trains.
Ang penalty threshold is 13 at tama ho ang binanggit na nung November ay 18 na ho. Pero gusto ko ho sanang bigyan ng pagkakataon si Attorney Carrera. I understand this perfectly, but I'd like rather a lawyer to explain why bill of quantities is required.
Okay, very short na lang because we're getting very technical. And I think we already admitted that they are required to have a bill of quantities. At least the Bill and Awards Committee should have been privy to that, or they're aware of that. So Attorney Cabrera, explain to the public, why do we need a bill of quantities?
Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Sana Tagalog mo.
Ito po yung bidding documents na pinalabas ho natin during the bidding. At ito ho yung nakita ko nung nireview ko yung kanilang billing kasi kailangan kong balikan yung bidding documents. At malinaw po rito. Ang sabi ho rito, the second envelope shall contain the following financial documents. Ang ginamit po na salita ay shall. Sabi niya, financial form. Under the procedure ho natin, yung financial form, tatlo ho yan. Yung lump sum amount mo, kung kano yung total. And then, yung one page na another form, yung parts mo coming from abroad. And then another page, yung part coming from the Philippines. Tapos sabi niya, and the bill of quantity. So hiwalay po. Specific po yung requirement na magsasubmit ka ng Bill of Quantities. Yan po yung hinahanap namin ever since kung nasaan po yung Bill of Quantities. Sinulatan po namin ng pusan, ang sagot po nila sa amin, hindi kami ho nag-submit yan, kaya lang ipinasa pa rin ho kami ng back during the
Yun
bidding.
ang tinatanong namin. Paano na i-award yan at required ito ay absent in the procurement ho, in my experience, in both local government unit, in national government, in GOCC, 3 government agencies.
Totoo ba, Attorney
Presence
Mercado?
or absence, no, hindi ho siyang may kinalaman ho sa pag-award gobyerno ho. Gobyerno ho
No,
ang
but
nag-award.
no. That's right. The government, but the government did not require it of them, right? Or hindi hiningi ng gobyerno yung bill of quantities.
Ma'am,
Tama?
hiningi po doon sa bid documents. Ang tanong lang is, they submit. So nung tinanong namin, dahil wala, ang sabi nila, wala kaming sinubmit, pero inaward pa rin sa amin
Sino
ng kwan.
tinatanong niya nun?
Pusan po. Meron ho silang in writing to that effect na sagot.
Ang issue lang doon, nagbigay ba sila ng bill of quantities? Kung hindi, ba't inaward sa kanila?
Oh.
Yung 9184, this is not about Busan ho, it's about government. 9184 is very explicit. In the procurement ho, para walang problema ang mga taga-gobyerno, it's non-discretionary, pass or fail, presence or absence. Kung ang procurement ho ay requires 100 documents, at nandun ka pa lang ho sa 11th document, and that document required is not present, that bidder should be disqualified.
Okay, so who were you talking to with Buri who verified with you that they didn't have to submit a bill of quantities? Sino
Ma'am,
kausap
as
niyo?
a result po ng review namin ng billing number 9, ito ho yung mga findings namin. Sabi namin, asaan yung bill of quantities.
Oh, kausap
Ang
niyo yung
sagot-
Buri. Sinong sa Buri?
Letter po nila from Mr. Uy, yung kanilang hong representative. In one ho dun sa mga items na sinagot ho nila, kahit technically they're saying na wala yan, pero kahit wala yan, it's okay kasi lumusot naman kami sa back, inapruban ng back yung aming proposal.
Okay, so this is obviously parang hearsay, parang sinabi lang din niya yun eh. Pero may proof ba talaga? Oo. Meron ba kayo may papakita na isinubmit ang ng Buri na may... Kasi lahat ng dokumentong sinasubmit sa bid, may stamp yan eh, na received, Attorney Mercado, may mapapatunayan ba kayong bill of quantities?
Ganito po, ma'am. We dispute the interpretation of Attorney Cabrera, my compañero, regarding a certain letter that we replied, no? During the negotiation also, klaro naman yung negotiation bulletins, no? That the submission of a procurement plan, no? Is only in the maintenance contract, sorry, Your Honor, in the maintenance contract is only for monitoring purposes. Because the essence of the contract, paulit-ulit po sa contract, the essence, ang pinili ng government, the essence of the contract is train availability, the delivery of trains. Palaging the manner of time of the purchase of spare parts by the maintenance provider is upon the latter's discretion, as long as the maintenance provider complies with the preset standards for availability. Yung availability na sinasabi dyan, yung train
But you're
availability.
talking about post-awarding of the contract. We're talking about...
Hindi po, during the negotiation nito, Your Honor.
No, I mean, how can you guarantee train availability at that time when you haven't been awarded the contract?
Hindi nga po, ang sinasabi lang, yung nature ng contract namin, the essence of the contract, nag-agree kami during the negotiation na train availability. Actually, in-impose lang sa amin yun, we just followed.
So
We were
anybody can just come in and by their word say, I guarantee that the trains will work, and without this bill of quantities, okay na yon? That's why, di ba sinabi malinaw nga that this is a requirement. So you're, in how you're defending your position right now, it's almost like you're admitting that indeed you did not submit a bill of quantities.
Hindi po kami rin-require ng bill of quantities. So, hindi kami required to submit
Sino
the
hindi
bill of
nagre-require
quantities.
sa inyo? Yung Bids and Awards Committee.
Your Honor, no? Actually, hindi
Okay,
ko alam
maybe you
yung
don't want to
details po
incriminate them. So-
ng negotiation. Pero the negotiation documents show that what was agreed upon between the parties was that the submission of a procurement plan, if I remember right, no, at the exact wording, no, is only for monitoring purposes.
Let's go back to your slide.
Ma'am, magkaiba po ang procurement plan sa bill of quantities.
Kaya nga po, pero
Magkaiba po
sinasabi
yun.
lang
So,
namin,
wag po
talagang
natin-
under dispute ito between us, Your Honor. Eh.
Okay, never mind. We can see now that there's not a meeting of minds, but regardless whether we, what I would like to ask, no, kasama dito sa Busan maintenance yung air conditioning?
Yes, Your Honor.
O,
Yes,
sige.
Your Honor.
Kasi babalik tayo nung, teka muna. Yes,
Just a single
Yusek
point,
Chavez.
just a single point.
Go ahead.
Let me quote former GM Buenafe. Tinanong sa procurement plan, ano ang sagot ho? The intention of MRT3, quote, the intention of MRT3 is for the providers, referring to the maintenance provider, to have the trains available. The provider has to submit a procurement plan to ensure that MRT3 is not shortchanged, in that the maintenance provider is procuring required parts for the safe operation of MRT3. So importante ho, wala hong dispute kami ho dyan. Tama ho yan na nag-submit ho sila. Pero maliwanag din ho na yung earlier, it's a really entirely different to sa procurement plan. Dito ho nag-comply ho sila.
Dito po nagtatalo talaga kami, Your Honor. Kasi sinasabi namin, in fact, they also cite that provision to show that the intention of the contract is train availability. And yung procurement plan is only in support of that train availability. So if we deliver train availability as required under the contract, dapat hindi kami binabawasan.
Okay, attorney, what you're trying to say here is that to enter into an agreement to begin with, for them to have been awarded the bid, they should have provided the bill of quantities. Yun ang sinasabi niyo, Attorney Cabrera?
Yes, ma'am. Malinaw po yung ating...
Kaya nga, so hindi sila dapat nanalo ng bid to begin with without the BO.
Well, based on my experience, as explained po ni Yusek Chavez, kapag kulang ka ho ng isang dokumento, automatic disqualified ka po kaagad.
Okay, let's leave it at that. I guess this is... I would like to ask one more point with Busan. Later on, we will summarize this. Ano? So kayo din yung in charge dito sa air conditioning. Kung naalala po ninyo yung huling hearing natin, tinanong ko sa inyo kung kasama pa rin sa inyong mga negosasyon, transaksyon, itong si Bong de la Cruz, na kapatid ni Marlo de la Cruz. Tama
Yes,
ba?
Your Honor.
At sinabi mo that you deny it categorically.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Bakit ang Ingersoll Rand ay nagpadala ng sulat sa Busan Universal Rail? Attention, Mr. Bong de la Cruz, Mr. June Basbas, Attorney Charles Mercado. Sa'yo.
Yes,
At
Your Honor.
sinasabi nito na hindi pa ninyo sila binabayaran. Pakilinaw nga, itong sulat na ito, May 15, 2017, kasama ka dito at may pumirma dito ng pagkakatanggap nito. Nasa pangalan ninyo, kasama itong si Bong de la Cruz. Paki-explica.
There are several parts to my answer, Your Honor. Number one, no, I'm not the preparer of that letter. No, I don't know what the motives or intentions of the writer
So
of
you're
that letter.
saying that you've not received this, attorney?
I did not say that, Your Honor. I'm not the preparer of the letter. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung motive niya, ba't sinama niya yung name na Bong de la Cruz dyan sa letter sa akin. In fact, the letter, if you go downwards, admits na ang kamiting lang niya during the meeting namin, si Jun Basbas tsaka ako. No, now, Your Honor, ganito po, no? Sabi ko nga, linawin na nga natin 'to, ang gulo-gulo na eh. No? There are hundreds and thousands of supply transactions in our office, no? Hindi ko kilala lahat ng nag-intermediary, nag-aahente o nangungumisyon, no? Baka nangumisyon siya dito sa transaction na to. Your Honor, let me finish, okay? No? Tapos, sorry, apologies, Your Honor.
Warning ka na,
sorry.
Pati yung asta mo, bastos.
Ay, hindi po.
Hindi, nakikita ko. Maaaring hindi nakikita ng iba. First of all, you told me you categorically denied any relations with this Bong de la Cruz. Ngayon, sinasabi mo, maaaring hindi mo nga alam na merong mga ibang nangungumisyon dito. So in short, you're not in control of the ones that are transacting on this behalf. Now, magkakaalaman tayo kasi patatawag ko talaga itong si Dominic Vallas ang nagpadala ng sulat na ito. Bakit kanya sinama sa isang sulat na kasama itong si Charles Mercado? Okay, so tama na. Tama na yung explanation mo. Mag-submit ka dito ng position paper. Yusek Chavez, meron ka bang alam tungkol dito kay Bong de la Cruz?
I have not seen this guy. I have not met this guy. There's no meeting, not a single incident.
Okay. Now, with regards to the maintenance of the trains now, kamusta naman yung dito nga, yung sa Thermo King? Kasi apparently hindi sila binabayaran ng busan.
Ma'am, ipaliwanag ko natin. Well, sagutin po dapat ng busan yan. Ano ba ang requirement? Again, this is my experience. Ano ba ang requirement para sa isang bidder manalo? Ang isa sa mga requirements ng bidder ay tinatawag na NFCC. The Executive Director of GPBB can very well explain that. Net Financial Contracting Capacity. If you enter into a contract of 3.8 billion pesos, you must have that amount. Bakit to ba na-require sa Procurement Law 9184 ang NFCC? Kung sakasakaling may gera, may digmaan, may krisis, may problema ang gobyerno, dapat yung private sector may pantustos. Kung na-delay sa payment ng 1 buwan, 2 buwan, 3 buwan, may pera ka dapat. Kung kinakapos sila sa pagbibigay, sa pagbabayad sa kanilang supplier, nasaan yung NFCC? Sinuri ba ito ng Bids and Awards Committee? Net Financial Contracting Capacity. Importante ho ang NFCC sa bawat procurement.
Ngayon, tatanungin kita, ito lang ang sasagutin mo at wala ka nang idadagdag ha. Nabayaran na ba nito itong Ingersoll Rand dun sa kanilang sinisingil sa inyo?
We're negotiating with them pero hindi pa po.
Bakit hindi ninyo binabayaran kung na-supply na nila yung kailangan ninyo?
Sinabi rin po namin sa kanila na hinihintay din namin yung actually 8 months or almost 9 months na kami hindi binabayaran ng gobyerno, Your Honor.
Hindi, wala yun eh.
Ma'am,
Kahit hindi kayo bayaran.
That's wrong ho na 9 months, ma'am. Ipapakita ho namin kung ano ang pending sa
Hindi,
amin.
pero maski na hindi kayo bayaran, responsibilidad pa rin ninyong bayaran kung naka-deliver sa inyo. Okay,
That's all.
order. Go ahead, Cesar. You said Cesar.
Ipakita natin kung ano
May I
yung...
request that Attorney Mercado be reminded that he is under oath?
Panyero naman. What are you suggesting?
Eto, ma'am,
Excuse me, you're not supposed to address him. You address me and I can address him for you. Okay, go ahead, Yusek Chavez.
Madam Chair, hindi siyam. 6 lang ho. At sa 6 na yan, yung 2 ay nasa kanila pa. Yung isa dyan isinauli namin dahil hindi ho namin tinatanggap. Yan ho ang status ng sinasabi nilang 6 billings. Hindi ho siyam. Pwedeng 6, pero yung 6 na yung 2 ay nasa kanila pa. Please explain, Georgia.
Madam Chair, last May 8 or 6, May 8, we received a letter from Buri on the status of their billings. In fact, on the letter, they noted that billing 9 was already submitted in terms of their claim on the withheld amount, on the 15 million. But on the remaining amount, it has been paid to them already. So on the billing 9, it is only on the 15 million withheld amount. On billing 10, they are claiming on the 2.3 withheld amount, which is also submitted already to MRT3. Billing 12 and 13 are in the process also in MRT3. In their letter, they noted that billing 14 and 15 are still for submission by Buri.
By Buri.
So as of time of this letter and as time of the previous Senate hearing, ma'am, which was May 15, only 4 billings were actually with TOTR MRT3. We did our verification on the status of the billings. On billing 9, it is in fact still with the consultant within our office for review due to numerous documents and still lacking required documents as mentioned by Undersecretary Chavez on the at least 7 required documents as required by the special conditions of contract. Billing 10 has been returned due to, again, lack of documents. Billing 12 has been received by the consultant only last May 19. Billing 13 is still in the process with the OTR MRT3. Billing 14 was received by us, the consultant, only last May 18. And billing 15 has still not been received.
You know what, regardless of what you've been paying them, okay, this will be a separate issue. The issue here is their commitment to their suppliers, which they're liable for, whether or not they are receiving payment from the government minus the penalties. So I'm asking now, Charles Mercado, itong utang ninyo dito sa climate control, na-purchase na nila ito, magkano ba yung utang ninyo na hindi pa ninyo binabayaran sa kanila?
Climate control, Your Honor.
And yung Ingersoll Rand, with regards to Thermo King, air conditioning.
I don't have the exact details, Your Honor.
But you clarified to me that you haven't paid them, correct?
Yung portion na binibill lang po nila. Because we have paid them for the previous deliveries.
Okay, but supposedly this is since March of 2017. The purchase order was as early as May 2016. So gano'n na katagal yun.
Ang pagkakaintindi ko dyan, the only fact I have, Your Honor, was it was ready around the start of the year. Pero dahil sabi namin, we were awaiting payments from the government. Nag-meeting kami. Yun nga po yung mention, Your Honor, ang present, ako at saka si Mr. Jun Basbas, nag-negotiate kami na we will be allowed some leeway. Kaya lang, medyo siguro hindi sila nakakaintay. They reminded us about our...
Hindi, syempre dahil obligasyon yan. So,
Opo. Yes,
kayo, iniintay niyo yung bayad mula sa gobyerno, pero nababayaran naman kayo kahit papano. So, ano ba naman yung iurong-urong ninyo yung ibang mga hindi pa due at bayaran niyo ito? Anyway, this is again your own management issue, ano? Ang gusto ko lang tanungin din siguro, bago tayo magtapos, kasi matatapos na rin itong hearing na ito, nakikita ko dito kung ano yung mga dapat nating maging rekomendasyon. Pero, ito nga, siguro sa susunod, papatawag natin si Dominic Vallas na nagpadala ng sulat. Bakit kasama si Charles Mercado? Nakikita natin na susi dito si Marlo de la Cruz. At yung hindi niya pagpapakita dito, nagpapatunay lamang na hindi malakas ang loob niya dahil siguro may mga naitatago siya. So, bibigyan ko rin ng pagkakataon nitong si Georgette, ano? Kasi, when I asked you a very important question earlier, which no one was able to really answer or nobody wanted to, is the MRT, yung atin bang mga train, yung atin bang MRT, ay ligtas na sakyan ng ating mga kababayan? Kasi, kung ano man yung credentials ninyo, kailangan, ito yung masasagot ninyo bilang consultant. So in your findings, is it safe?
Actually, ma'am, like I mentioned, there are several aspects that we are looking at. Number one is the signaling, which is actually the one that controls or parang siya yung stoplight or automatic na nagtitigil sa tren kung meron mang slight indication of
Lahat ng
possible
signaling system
problem.
ninyo ngayon gumagana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tapos, ano pa?
Second is on the condition of the tracks,
Okay.
of which DOTR MRT3 has imposed a reduction of speed. So again, safety measures are in place.
Okay.
Next is on the trains. On the trains, or which again, maintenance is very important. Of which spare parts plays a very important role.
So right now, are they Busan remiss in supplying the parts necessary? Maraming pagkukulang pa?
Yes po. Like on the slide that we showed, Yusek Chavez showed earlier, in fact, on the fourth quarter procurement plan, only 60% was procured. As of this moment, on their first quarter, we are still in the process of reviewing and checking on their purchases and also on the inventory as
But
well.
anything of the parts that is crucial for safety is in place? Or not necessarily all? Yusek
Yes,
Chavez.
Madam Chair, at sa mga kababayan natin, lalong-lalo na sa mga mananakay, ang MRT ho ay safe na sasakyan. Number one, lahat ng signaling ay operational. Wayside, onboard, and control. Nag-uusap-usap po yan. Kapag may broken rail, ibinabato ng wayside signaling yan at nakakausap ang onboard signaling, automatic hihinto. Maliban sa signaling system, may tatlo tayong klaseng brake system sa loob ng sa MRT, katulad din sa LRT. Number one is mechanical brake. In cases of emergency, extreme emergency, didikit lang ho ang isang bahagi ng bogie sa riles, what we call a mechanical brake. Mayroon tayong tinatawag na truck brake. Mayroon tayong tinatawag na electrodynamic. Ang bagun ho ay nakapatong sa 4 na bogie frame. Ang bawat bogie frame, apat, isang bagun. Ang bawat bogie frame ay may 2 axle, 2 gulong, may gearbox, may traction motor. Sa lahat ng prosesong ito ay installed ang brake system. Signaling at 3 klaseng brake system, safe po. Pangatlo, nirecommend ng Busan, to their credits, na bawasan ang speed at ang MRT3 ay hindi pa nakukomplete ang pag-i-implement sapagkat kung ang buong section ay mayroong dapat magkaroon ng 30 kilometers kph, nasa 8.9 pa lang yata ang nagagawa ninyo batay sa aking pagsusuri. Palagay ko'y dapat gawin yan ng MRT engineers, sundin yung sinasabi ng Busan. Sapagkat kung hindi, sisisihin tayo ng Busan kapag hindi nyo fully in-implement.
Bakit hindi ba yung Busan ang responsable dito sa rails?
Ma'am, ipaliwanag ko lang ho. Ang maintenance ay Busan. Pero yung nagpapatakbo ng tren ay Transport Division sa ilalim ng MRT3. Ang mga tsuper ho, MRT3 employees.
So yung reduction ng speed ang sinasabi mo?
Nag-recommend ho ang Busan.
Pero
Dapat maging masigasig dito ang MRT engineers. Nag-recommend ho sila na bawasan ang speed at hindi yan first time. Noong 2013, na-recommend na bawasan ang speed. Dapat sinusunod ng todo-todo ng MRT engineers, ng engineering department, ng transport division, yung recommendations pending unless you tell me na mali ang kanilang recommendation. So
pero
far,
dapat tapusin din ninyo yung pagkaano ng mga riles, di ba? Sa kanila yun.
kasama ho yun. Kasama ho yun sa ginagawa ho natin. Rail replacement, power, ancillary, lahat ho yan. Ginagawa ho natin.
Hindi, pag sinasabi nyo ginagawa na ho namin, kasama ba yan sa contract ng Busan? Hindi, sa inyo yan.
Ang tawag ho dyan ay capacity expansion. Wala ho sa kamay ho nila yan.
Capacity.
Total replacement of signaling, total rail replacement is the obligation of government. Tama ho ang Busan. Hindi ho nila
Kailan ninyo
obligation.
matatapos nga yung total rail replacement?
Tapos na ang terms of reference na isubmit na ho namin sa DBM para sa Procurement Service Division last week para sa mag-start na ng procurement. Mga 2 years ho, ang buong linya ay papalitan mo except 7,200 linear meters. Therefore, halos lahat, including torch switch.
Okay.
Ibibig pa lang ho yan. Ma'am, ang ginawa ho natin, para hindi na maulit yung mga nangyari, sa Bids and Awards Committee ng MRT, sinulatan natin ang bayan, sinulatan natin ang Catholic Bishops Conference of the Philippines, sinulatan natin ang Volunteers Against Crime and Corruption na maging NGO representative if they need documents, TOR, contracts, members, including notices, we will provide them. We committed to provide them. In fact, we created a Bible group for them to monitor.
That's well, that will actually help you later on to give an assurance that you were above board, and that's all the public really wants is transparency. And I'm glad that you are initiating this in this particular contract and bid. Now, I am impressed with the presentation, of course, of Yusek Chavez because he seems to know the topic at hand. You're an engineer, a civil engineer, as you mentioned earlier.
I did not finish my engineering. I shifted to journalism.
Well, then you have the best of both worlds, arts and letters and engineering. But you are the one who is giving us the assurance that the train is safe. Tama? Sinabi mo yon na safe. At dapat naman, dahil ikaw yung pinakamataas na opisyal dito ngayon, usag ka ng DOTR, pero you rely also upon the recommendations of your consultant. Your consultant here, with all due respect, I mean, you may have your other capabilities, but you can't seem to guarantee the safety. I mean, you have, at least in your movements, your pronouncements, you have a little bit of a reservation. You didn't explain to me exactly the brake system that Yusek Chavez was able to explain. I feel that if it's a consultant, that consultant must have a command and an understanding of the situation and must be confident about it. Can you elaborate further why you weren't very quick into assuring us the way Yusek Chavez just did?
Actually, ma'am, I was just trying to explain in layman's term, and then yeah, Yusek suddenly.
No, but I also asked you. I asked you a few times, but you hesitated. You hesitated. Maybe since your role is to communicate. I mean, I'm not saying that you are. I mean, under your supervision, how many engineers do you have actually doing the inventory or the auditing?
Actually, ma'am, as per the contract, we are only required to dispatch one expert.
And who is your expert?
Right now it is Mr. Yang. He is the operation and maintenance expert.
So can he speak English?
He can, but he cannot. Mr.
Okay.
Yang, please.
Let me ask Mr. Yang. You have an interpreter? No.
Both of them can speak English, actually.
Okay. Huh?
But not that good, of course.
That's okay as long as we can understand it. Can they speak Filipino?
No.
No. Okay. Mr. Yang, in your opinion, is it safe to ride our trains? Parang matagal-tagal yung sagot na yan, ah. Just your honest assessment so that we will not, at this time, of course, we will not say that you are going to be fully responsible for everything. But we just want you to be honest. Gusto lang... Okay.
Madam Crespo, we cannot explain this matter right now. I'm so sorry, but I will reply you after discussing with Mr. Yang and our team. I will reply later.
Because you're new.
Yeah.
That's why you can't explain.
Yeah.
How long?
Yeah, within this week.
This week?
Yeah. No.
이번 주
예.
안에 양쪽에 다.
지금 언제 되라고 했어요? 지금?
좋겠다고 했잖아.
예. 이거 너무 가. After 10 minutes. After 10 minutes.
Mr. Jet, how long has he been?
Mr. Beck has been here since February. Mr. Yang has been with the JV since the beginning of the
Okay, so Mr.
project.
Yang, wasn't I talking to Mr. Yang?
No, that was Mr. Beck. Madam Chair, may I just explain also something on the hesitation?
Okay.
Just to clarify, we are not a we do not issue certification on safety. There is a body that issues such kind. However,
who does?
However, our scope of work, as mentioned by DOTR, is that to check if the safety procedures are within the standards, railways international standards, maintenance procedures, or
Again, going back, because it seems like this is confusing. You're saying that you do not certify for safety, but you check if the safety standards are in place?
Yes, ma'am. In terms of project management, contract management, but on certifying on the safety of a railway, of a system, there are certain bodies that does that.
Okay, Yusek Chavez, which body certified it for you?
It is not them, but if there is a requirement to check on the safety of a rolling stock, we have several options. One is TUB in Berlin. We've met them already. And there's an Italian certifier, Ital certifier. They are international experts. They are the companies that we are negotiating right now to conduct a safety audit of the rolling stock.
Okay, so sir, we hired a consulting company that on the procurement and all these other processes, but not safety. Yun. But
totoo
naman yung
niyan,
safety.
Ang totoo niyan, pagpasok ko namin ay halos hindi sila nagagamit. Kaya nag-recommend tayo kay Secretary Tugade na other capacity building, capacity expansion projects within MRT3.
Okay. I think that did you have an idea how much it would be to hire a company to assess the safety?
I have an idea, ma'am, but please forgive us not to unveil the amount
Okay.
because we're in the process of negotiation. We want an apples to apples, same scope of work, but with a reasonable amount. This is for the Dalian trains.
All right. Perhaps I can now, kasi we still have to fix the area for our regular session.
Madam Chair, maybe we allowed
Yes,
to take
Attorney
that.
Bondo.
Madam Chair, we'd just like to thank again the committee for inviting us. And we'd just like to note that we'll submit a official statement regarding the issues raised here. But as we have mentioned before, MRTC has already made a proposal and is in all heart willing to help the government to address all the problems in the MRT3 system. We believe that the solution is there and that we're willing to work with the solution for all the problems of the MRT3, and that we have given a proposal to the DOTR that addresses all the issues that were discussed?
DOTR, are you working with the MRTC?
We appreciate their concern and gesture to help us, and we are currently studying their proposal. I've met the president in my office.
All right. We just had to determine how many more we have to call in to be able to piece the puzzle together. So just to recap so that we don't forget, because we discussed so many things in here today. The Senate Committee on Public Services discussed again the never-ending problems of the MRT. We started by emphasizing the derailments which happened after the annual maintenance checkup. We reminded Mr. Marlo de la Cruz and his lawyers that the sub judice rule is not applicable in legislative inquiries, as the purpose of this inquiry is in aid of legislation. We requested the OSAA to furnish Mr. de la Cruz's lawyers with a copy of the subpoena and secure his correct address. Yusek Chavez of the DOTR identified the major problems hounding the MRT and admits that the DOTR still has no expertise to operate the MRT3. Nevertheless, they have now identified the problems and the corresponding solutions, and we appreciate your proposals for the solutions. Yusek Chavez started off by saying that capital spare parts should have been procured by DOTR. Only consumable spare parts should be provided by the maintenance provider. Under the current maintenance contract, Buri is in charge of procuring all spare parts. But it seems that the duty of Buri under the contract was not complied with. There was no intent to procure capital spare parts under the first 6 months of the contract. It takes at least 8 months to 1.5 years to procure spare parts. This is exactly the reason why MRT is derailing at tumirik kahit na kakatapos lamang ng annual maintenance during the Holy Week. Dapat pagkatapos ng annual maintenance, pinakamaganda dapat ang takbo ng MRT. Despite these problems, Buri demanded a lump sum payment of the 54 million monthly maintenance bill. DOTR said they deducted from Buri's billables unsupported claims 15.8 million pesos worth of spare parts which Buri wants paid but without supporting documents. Under the contract, Buri should have delivered 17 overhauled LRVs now. This was not done. Dalawa lang ang na-deliver pa. Yusek Chavez highlighted the absurd situation under the Dalian procurement of 48 new LRVs. 1 year after they decided to buy a Dalian train with Bombardier signaling, they signed another contract to replace the signaling, this time with Buri. In this hearing, the DOTR committed to the following. Number 1, the maintenance portion of the Buri contract will be terminated with respect to due process. The fact that trains are derailing is enough evidence to terminate the contract. And number 2, a maintenance transition team will be formed to take over. Number 3, however, the DOTR will insist on the general overhauling portion of the Buri contract. And number 4, adhering to a strict schedule for the provision of ancillary services. And number 5, assuming these plans will be implemented to a T, it is possible that we will see a marked improvement in the MRT operations by December this year. Next, We went into the involvement of a certain Marlo de la Cruz, a name which keeps on cropping up in the problematic maintenance contract from the past to the present. Mr. Ruel Bacar, president of CBNT, was asked how these maintenance contracts were bagged. Mr. Bagar was approached by PH Trams, one of the first maintenance providers that came after Sumitomo. Mr. Bakar was confident that they would bag the MRT maintenance contract because the personalities of PH Trams bragged about their connections with the Liberal Party. Negotiations started with Secretary Rojas but was completed under Secretary Abaya. The discussions were facilitated by Mr. Marlo de la Cruz. Admittedly, the fact of affiliations alone does not make the maintenance contracts problematic. The bigger problem lies in the fact that PH Trams, presumably, like all the other problematic maintenance contracts, did not deliver their end of the bargain. Maintenance providers brokered by Mr. Marlo de la Cruz were able to bag contracts even when the corporations never delivered their end of the bargain. In fact, Mr. Marlo de la Cruz signed a waiver releasing CBNT of their liability for not having been able to purchase the spare parts. So CBNT had to take over that responsibility. Attorney Vitangol, for his part, exposed an alleged email correspondence between a certain Rapanot, another Liberal Party member, and the Mesa, promising a 5% commission for unnamed DOT officials in order to broker the Dalian contract. This is now subject of a separate ombudsman complaint. GM Vitangol sums up by saying that the 3.8 billion Dalian contract is definitely disadvantageous to the government. On this note, Attorney Dennis Santiago of the Government Procurement Policy Board said that under the law, the people liable for entering into these disadvantageous contracts are the members of the Bids and Awards Committee, the Technical Working Group, the end user, and the head of the procuring entity. This means that the Secretary of the DOTC may be implicated, at least for the Dalian contract. As for the multi-billion Buri maintenance contract, Yusek Lopez as head of the procuring entity, Yusek Limcauco as head of the bank, and other personalities which our officials conveniently cannot recall were involved. First of all, meron na tayong contract for the signaling system with Buri, with Dalian, tapos pumayag pa ang BAC na magkaroon pa ng isa pang kontrata na palitan lahat yan dito sa Dalian. So nakita nyo yung redundancy. So wala talagang, well, sabihin na natin, give them the benefit of the doubt, hindi sila nag-aral ng kanilang kontrata. So may kapabayaan doon. Apparently, the DOTR and the Buri disagree as to the interpretation of the maintenance contract. DOTR maintains that the contract should not have been awarded to begin with, as there was no bill of quantities submitted that should have justified the cost of the contract. I'm sorry to say that even the Bids and Awards Committee cannot remember at the top of their head if there was an actual, if the maintenance contract, if there was the bill of quantities that were submitted.
I just received on email, they submitted a BOQ of 41 pages.
Yeah, but you couldn't even remember at the top of your head.
Ma'am, you have to understand that we conduct a lot of biddings, and we don't remember each and every bidding.
Yes, but this is a standard requirement for every bid.
But for this project, there was a BOQ, and they complied with the NFCC.
What's a BOQ?
The bill of quantities.
There was a BOQ, right?
Yes,
But when I asked you
it's a 41
initially,
page. Yes, we don't remember, but it was sent by email just now.
I know, you don't remember, but for you to have approved it, you should have familiarized yourself with a 41-page main document that is a requirement. And you couldn't even answer for that. Okay, I see it. But it's not every day that you have a contract this huge. So I think that you should at least, at the very least, come here prepared for those questions.
But whether or not it's big or small, the diligence required from us are the same. So for the Busan, there's several boxes, and we cannot just remember that. And we've been out of the OTR for almost a year.
your attitude is quite unsettling. First of all, you should be apologetic for all of the things that are happening because you are the Bids and Awards Committee that gave the final go signal for these providers. And you're coming here to tell me we've been out for a year. We can't remember all the details. That's not an excuse. You should have come here prepared. That was your job. And even if you're not in government now, that is still your responsibility.
Yes, ma'am. We acknowledge that. That's why we're here. Our apologies that we cannot remember each and every single document that was submitted. But rest assured, for this contract, a BOQ and was submitted, and they complied with the NMCC.
Then that is noted. But it is also a reminder to all of you that you don't come here, well, part of it is really goodwill. You were part of the government, so you showed up, and we appreciate that. But you come here with us assuming that you would have done your work and homework and reviewed, at least come here with the documents that you needed. If you had to park all of these boxes that you had there, that is your right to do. And we would entertain it. We would open the place up for you to be able to support all your statements.
Maraming salamat po.
As for on this note, as for the multi-billion Buri maintenance contract, again, you cannot recall all the details. We've established that. We're human. I can probably say, of course we forget. I myself forget what I said what I say sometimes. But the point is, something this big, magrepaso. Kaya nga tayo pumapasok sa ganito kasi minsan hindi natin ginagawa yung due diligence natin. Apparently, the DOTR and Buri disagree as to the interpretation of the maintenance contract. I will have to go back here. DOTR maintains that the contract should not have been awarded to begin with, as there was no bill of quantity submitted that should have justified the cost of the contract. But there was a bill of quantities. Again, I reiterate that we should not tire in hoping and pushing for a safe, reliable, and efficient train system. Huwag nating sayangin ang milyong-milyon na naibabayad na natin at patuloy nating binabayad buwan-buwan. Naghihirap ang ating mga pasahero. Nagtatrabaho at nagbabayad ng tamang buwis pero hindi natin sila mabigyan ng maayos na transportasyon na maatid sa kanilang trabaho, sa kanilang bahay. In fact, while this hearing was ongoing, the MRT had another issue and passengers were asked to unload at Quezon Avenue Station. What will it take for us to fix this? Do we need a mass casualty for us to start working double time? I mean, I appreciate what Yusek Chavez is assuring us with, but I think that we need to really speed up on getting the safety certification for our trains. We definitely hope not. We are not here to prosecute. We are here to fix this. To the DOTR, handa na kaming makita ang isang maayos at ligtas na MRT. Give us the MRT that we deserve. We would like to say that right now, I'm hoping that I can already adjourn this hearing, but I can't. Because even if the Senate is now going on recess, we will have to continue this in August when we have already Mr. De La Cruz and then all of the other persons from the ones that I mentioned from Ingersoll Rand. But we are determined at this point to submit a partial committee report already so that there's something that we can work with in the meantime. So, again, I would like to thank all the resource persons that have come in here today. I appreciate your time. I know that we are already experiencing anxiety over this, worry, stress, but this is the sacrifice that we give, having worked in the government. I just ask that next time we all show up, come prepared, so that you won't have to take unnecessary comments from the other resource person as well as from the chair of this committee. So at this point, this meeting is now suspended. Hearing is suspended.